Good morning, everybody. What's up? You bet I didn't wake up in time for this series. Alrighty. Let's see if I missed anything. Oh, geez. Oh, no, they're just in the lobby. It's all good. Nobody panic. Looks like Northern Isles is going to be game number 1. Orn late, you know it. We're pretty good at being late. Well, hopefully the Mihai06 series was garbage. In lieu of being on time. Oh no. World's Edge is gonna come in swinging, guys. Nilly was just taking a nap somewhere and his eyes just opened with a fiery red burning hatred. Alright, I think we're good. We missed nothing of this particular series. And now there's 10,000 people online, of course. We'll finish up this tournament. Oh, thank you. As always. Oh, what is this? Yes, exactly. That's a great representation of Nilly. You know, I was gonna say I'm surprised no Dravidians or Armenians, and they're both banned. So yeah, Woo Mirror makes sense. The Woo Mirror. Alright, looks like they have started. No spec delay, no stream delay. Oh my goodness gracious. What do you know? A Three Kingdoms matchup? Let me set up the scoreboard here for you guys. That should be good to go. All I know is that my heart says maybe. This is still in sudden disaster. Here we go. Midweek Madness semifinals. We have Viper challenging ACCM this week. We'll have ACCM himself in the cyan as the Woo to the west, and to the east in the yellow as the show. It will be Viper. Oh. I know it's a semifinal, and it's not a best of 5 even. Every game still matters a ton. Now, you may think that Wu, they're the one that are the explicit naval civilization, so you think they're just better than Shu. Shu are honestly fine on the water, and even better in late game, arguably, because they have shipwright. Kingstone and Mihai are the other semis. Still, Wu are going to be a stronger civ early on, as they just have more bonuses that kick in sooner. So we'll have to see how this one's going to go. Both these civs can certainly go aggressive on the land if they want. Normal maps? Yeah, but it's only 1 vil on food for every, 11 vils on wood. So, with your early wood distribution, you have, 1 extra vil on food. It's not really that huge. For some reason, it got nerfed in the last patch. Viper's still not killing the boar with the TC. Wait, that poor Ibex is trapped! He can't escape! Tragic. Now, as to who to favor between ACCM and Viper, I'd say that ACCM is still probably a little bit more in shape than Viper is these days. But still, Viper has a very good matchup against ACCM overall. Got over here on the other island. And notably, Viper with the back dock, and so is ACCM. Both have 2 fishing ships. Viper's adding in a third a little bit faster. It is all good in the hood. Scout will escape for now, and there is the barracks incoming. The shoot water tech tree is quite good. You're only missing fast fire ship. But you have everything else, which includes, well, also your Lochuans are very good. But you have shipwright. Whereas the Wu actually do not have shipwright, even though they have a much stronger navy early on. Whoa, Villager gonna come forward here as well. ACCM says it's Woo time. Galleons? Oh, that'd be fun. And look at this, insta careening. And that's going to help with fire galleys versus galleys, but Viper isn't opening galleys. He's just making one fire galley for now. He has his defensive barracks, so he seems to have a very good idea of what his opponent is up to. Those vills are quick walled in. These vills could easily wall to the TC, but they kind of need to do that, but that is what they're doing. And so far, this is a perfectly reasonable start here for Herr Viper. As those men-at-arms are not getting a whole lot done. ACCM does get a villager kill somewhere, though. Okay, looks like ACCM and Viper traded a scout for a villager somewhere. Meanwhile, ACCM is going to take the opportunity to wall up at home. But so far, careening, it's not very expensive for Wu. I forget how much it costs exactly. It's 75% off. So it's 250, 150. Does it say here? Yeah, so 150 food, 100 gold. It's not that expensive. It's like bloodlines. But it doesn't do anything for you right now. Because again, the extra pierce armor doesn't help you at all here. Okay, now Viper's going galleys. Okay, so I guess now it's going to be helpful. Viper is slightly ahead in resources, though. And there is a second dock in. And it's actually going to be for a Fiskimater. Villager will be safe for now. Men-at-arms are charging on back. And the first archer is out. But remember, guys, the Shu archers aren't any better than any other archer at this stage of the game. The Viper's going to try and flee with that guy as best he can. Defensive watchtower coming in as well. Some skirmy bros mixed in. Remember, guys, Shu have the extra foot archer line of sight. Don't you forget it. Fire galley coming out back here. And there we go. Fishing ship is forced to sail away. Viper going to start to amass some galleys. Heroes? Why wouldn't they be allowed? Yeah, the good old Magyar team bonus. We thought it was dead, but what is dead may never die, or something. Oh, that transport ship's in danger. They go down pretty fast. And that's a little bit of the S word there for ACCM. Want to keep those guys alive as much as possible. For the threat it represents, as if nothing else. For long? Yeah, man, just look at the Konik. Alright, padded archer armor coming in. Already have fletching out, but nice positioning from ACCM. He is going to get at least a villager. Dodging most of the arrow fire. Yeah, great micro here from ACCM. And Viper taking some heavy losses so far. He's now behind in the villager count. The men-at-arms are running into the TC fire, which isn't great. Okay, Scout gonna try and come back and see what it can get done. Oh, several more ranged units pop out of the archery range there, though. Viper does have that +1 defense for the skirms, though, which is gigantic, of course, versus the other ranged units. Men-at-arms still help out a bit, though, but Viper is starting to clean this all up. Although, again, he is at 3 dead villagers in total. Forward dock is still out here for ACCM. That villager in a little bit of trouble, but not that much. Market out here for ACCM, but Viper, guys, is still looking to be a bit closer towards the castle edge, so very good defense from him so far. He has 5 vills on food, though, which is a bit awkward. But as soon as he resaturates that forage bush, he will be fine. 3 fishing ships to 3 fishing ships, although I guess there's another one queued up there. ACCM will be able to sell his stone, though, and Shu do not like having to deal with the Qian swordsmen. Even after they got nerfed, it's just not something Shu like dealing with. They like dealing pierce damage. I don't remember if the White Feather Guard has bonus damage versus shock infantry, to be honest. I imagine it does, but I guess I don't know for sure. Another dock coming up at the back here for ACCM. Gonna get a little bit of extra food with that, of course. Viper is still up to the Castle Age faster. Hold on. Just too exciting to be a corgi. Oh my goodness, guys, I'm so excited. I'm getting my bathroom tiled when it's literally just been subflooring for almost a year. Alright, Viper does have fletching in. But those fire galleys are nice and tanky. And those galleys are going down. Viper not paying attention. Uh-oh. Viper! Okay, those archers are certainly in a nice spot, though. And ACCM is only... Wait, why isn't he clicked up? Why isn't he clicking up? Okay, there we go. Still, again, ACCM had to sell his stone, so this is really, really awkward to deal with. Those villagers are going to be running all higgledy-piggledy all over the place. And it sure isn't super good for him. Viper does have a stable because if there's anything the shoe like, it's going for Haeguang Cav. For some reason, I feel like every game I see with the shoe, it's always Haeguang Cav time, even though their Haeguang Cav are not very exciting. Well, Viper cleans up another unit there. He is still +1 in the overall KD, and this significantly faster Castle Age time is going to be, well, significant. University coming in very quickly. No crossbowman upgrade yet, though. We have scale mail armor on the way. Naturally, ACCM is going to want to go for those Jian swordsmen. Look at it go! Wait, that's so weird. I mean, he holds the sword one-handed, but then when he swings it, he makes it two-handed. Yes, dash. Oh, hey, Viper has a war chariot. Oh, boy. The winged knights? I guess that's kind of what the Haeguang Cav are. No, they're basically one-to-one knight replacements, except for the Shu, whose are pretty bad. But they just would have bad knights in general. The thing, though, is that Haeguang Cav are generally pretty good without any upgrades, which is a nice advantage for the unit. Oh, it is 2 TCs to 1. But that is a lot of idle time. We got a couple Jian swordsmen here in the forward dock. But Viper's still in a pretty nice spot overall. Kind of weird that both players just kind of running into the other's buildings. Ah! Dash is mad. He's not actually mad, but we have somebody who's installing tile in my bathroom right now, so there's somebody new in the house, and he gets very excited. Alright, so Viper just looking to clean up all this stuff over here. Eco upgrades are looking even for both players. And yet Viper's still only on the 1 TC for now. He's going to try and mix back in some more galleys. But ACCM's fire ship numbers are quite solid. And if you can just get at that Castle Age dry dock upgrade, which is always so sick, to get the 15% movement speed buff for your ships. TC number 3 coming in. And ACCM is still just continuing to try and grab the eco, try and just keep his opponent as occupied as possible, while still marching towards that late game. Which is still better for Shu, like I said, because of the shipwright upgrade. Hodl? What does hodl mean? He's trying to buy time, is what he's trying to do, while getting the extra TCs down. And the Res Collection, yes, they are better for him, but not by a significant margin. He does have one relic, though, does ACCM. Like, there's a little bit of an explosion. Monks are going to shoo away the Qian Swordsman for now. Now, Warchariot, they don't actually have any anti-unit bonus damage. Hodl meme? I don't know anything, man. Alright, third TC, though, for Viper. Behind in the eco, and he will continue to fall a little bit further behind, but not for too much longer. Crossbow are going to come in, easily snipe a monk, maybe. Nicely done. Viper does have ballistics. And at least at this point, the Haguan Cav are going to be a good enough meat shield for the Qian Swordsman. But man, those crossbowmen are so sad against them. And that is going to be an easy mop up here from the snack. I guess. Whatever, demolition ship hit. Both players adding in the eco, but ACCM is a good 20 villagers ahead at this point. And it's only 2 fishing ships, so it's mostly villagers, which are going to be much more difficult to destroy. Viper is actually coming forward with a couple of monks. Maybe going to try and get the relics on his opponent's island, as both of these guys are very much late-game oriented AoE 2 players. No dry dock in yet for ACCM, though. Gonna go for the Haguan conversion, but will be unsuccessful. Qian Swordsman's gonna pop out of the barracks, gonna snag a couple of ranged units, but still nothing all that exciting. And all that is gonna get cleaned up here by Viper. Still 30 mils on food versus 13. That is a wild difference here in favor of ACCM, who is adding in another transport ship at this point. Overall naval numbers, yeah, actually still nicely in favor of ACCM as well. He does have a slight score lead. Castle, yes, that is exactly what happened. Well, he was up to Castle Age faster, but ACCM immediately added in some extra TCs. As Viper was busy dealing with all the garbaggio that was on his island. Anyway, ACCM is ready for a castle. And let's see if he puts it on his opponent's island. That does feel like a semi-risky prospect. Yeah, I think going here in the middle would make a bit more sense. You know your opponent's making land army, and you don't really have much of your own. Now, as it so happens, ACCM could probably get away with a YOLO castle because Viper didn't really train many reinforcements. But you're already in a good spot here as ACCM, so, you know, don't throw it. This is still going to be a great spot in the long run. Convert Daubers. Oh, yeah. Caleb Williams is going to throw for 4,000 yards this season, man. That's what these bears are saying. By the way, the Chicago Bears are the second or third oldest franchise in the NFL, going back to the 30s. And the only team that hasn't thrown for 4,000 yards. So with the quarterback. Which basically means the Bears have literally never had a very good quarterback in their entire history. Did he can't? Oh no, he just researched dry dock super fast. Yeah, look at how fast. 1.55 movement speed, the same as the scout cavalry. Today CCM is on his way. Viper is going to click up in a moment. But now he can have some fire archers in, and they are pretty good against Navy. There you go. And it still feels like ACCM is in a very nice position. He's ahead by 2,000 resources. Smoke and Jay Cutler erasure, yeah. Not having the defense that Baltimore did? I know. I'm so excited for the start of the season, though. Red Cliff's tactics coming in. Oh, boy! Oh, boy, guys! However, we unfortunately do our best to forget the second half of that Super Bowl. But, yeah, there's also a reason why I have a Ravens t-shirt, not a Bears t-shirt. Alright, come on, ACCM. Show us the power of the Fire Archers with Red Cliff's tactics. Yeah! Castle coming in here at the south with this nice choke point for Viper, but ACCM simply has the better eco and the better imp timing. Look at these zoomies, man. There you go. That's a good hit, too, and ACCM is taking some very nice trades here. Inscription immediately on the way, which still doesn't affect docks, guys. In case you think it started affecting docks, it did not. So it looks like it will be a focus on fast fire ships to start things off, which is fine. Viper, though, going to be landing his opponent's island. Got some white feather guards. And... okay, they actually have 4 bonus damage versus shock infantry, so they actually should be a pretty good option against the Qian swordsman. Couple ranges coming in, heavy demo ship for Viper, but you need something behind the demo ships. And here comes the forward castle from ACCM, as well as a defensive castle. Just get all the castles! And now, these fire archers, they're gonna start to go to town. Very slowly. Recep Ivdik? No idea, but they sound Turkish. Oh, we got a Lochuan coming out here from ACCM. Viper, though, with the Traction Trebuchet. Defensive Siege Workshop coming in. And Plate Mail Armor, too, but I still don't see any more Qian Swordsmen. Oh, well, okay, there we go. And Viper still feels like he's in a very precarious position. ACCM is going to say, no, Viper. This is my tournament. Wouldn't it be funny if ACCM won all 3 weeks of this? Anyway, Traction Treb is out here to deal with the castle, of course, very, very slowly. ACCM and Midweek Madness, except running almost that one time. Alright, another castle coming in here from Viper. The monk is going to be kind of annoying here, and those Qian swordsmen are going to go right towards the villagers. Still, the White Feather Guards are going to be a really good unit against both the Fire Archers and the Qian swordsmen, but Viper doesn't have the numbers of them right now. Nor do they have any upgrades. Alright, castle's filled with archers there, but you need the 2 siege workshops worth of Traction Trebs production. Another day of Midweek Madness, exactly. No Sitting Tiger yet, though. That would be a really nice one to pick up if you can. I mean, it's not like you need to use the castle for anything else here at home. Iron Casting, though. What's the Lochuan doing? Okay, it's just kind of hanging around not being useful, so ACCM might want to get that guy useful. Arson coming in as well. And that starting TC is going to be going down as Viper is just trying to defend on several different fronts at once, but it's tough. I mean, he's doing the right things. We're trying to push ACCM back on home while still trying to defend here on his side of the map. But ACCM fundamentally has control of the middle, still has the superior navy without much player investing into either, to be honest. That said, Viper does snipe one of the siege workshops. And you do have the faster movement speed for your traction trebs. Bolt magazine. That should help. I don't know if it's going to be good enough, though. Like I said, the White Feather Guards, with apparently their 4 bonus damage against Chalk Infantry, are going to be at least a pretty decent unit. But right now, we're just in a situation where ACCM has better upgrades and better numbers. Oh, that Lochuan's going to go down. And yet, ACCM is still the one who's pushing here. It'd be really nice for him if he was able to pick up Sitting Tiger, but I think that's not that expensive, actually. 600 wood, 300 gold. I mean, I guess it's not that bad. Viper is hanging in there. I mean, those Qian swordsmen are going to go down. Like I said, I do like the Shu army more in the late game. Nice snipe there from Viper as well. Fast fire ships are trying to help out as best they can, but honestly, Viper's doing a really nice job with the traction trebs. ACCM with another forward castle coming in to the north, though. But Viper's also secured control of the southern portion of his opponent's island, so that's all right. And 4 Lochuans on the way. Oh my goodness. Viper, though, with siege engineers. That freaking Jian swordsman just took a rock to the face. And there's Sitting Tiger coming in. That's going to be a nice one for the traction trebuchets, but with siege engineers in for Viper, he does have the extra range, which is really nice. And right now, guys, Viper's army is the one who's climbing, even with his vastly inferior economy. It is just all about those traction trebs. No, Jian swordsmen are in fact very bad in him. Now the traction trebbing will continue until morale improves. I mean, we're at 8 traction trebs for each player. It's so freaking expensive, man. Still, the Lochuans are very good against buildings, especially with Sitting Tiger. In Treb Wars, well, I mean, traction Treb Wars are more like Bombard Cannon Wars than Treb Wars. I mean, all these units of ACCM are getting cleaned up, although the Lochuans are going to be doing so much damage against the Arbs. Holy cow. Yeah, Lochuans are definitely good against Arbs, in case we were wondering. Another traction trap's going to go down there. Viper's Castle's already taken almost 8,000 damage. The Tiger stands up. Oh, yeah. Then they'll be sorry. ACCM is at max pop. Viper 2,000 score behind. He's been playing very well considering the circumstances, but ACCM is still the one with the map control. He's still the one with the enormous bank, and he's going to be able to switch into a lot of Haguan Cab, which should be really good here. Oh wow, looks like a lot of bills went down there. Okay, he's going to go Hussars. I mean, that's fine, but I feel like the Haguan Cab would be better, no? Viper going to try and reclaim those 2 relics. Yeah, that's going to be a tough one to stop. Yeah, Hussar is not very good versus White Feather Guards. But yeah, there still aren't any upgrades. Viper's food income has been terrible all game long. Okay, well, I have +1 defense, but that's it. His castle already taking 10,000 damage in total. Viper's done a great job with his traction trebs. It's really what's been keeping him in this game. But the Lochuans are also pretty good against traction trebs. And although this castle goes down, The castle itself is mostly used as just chewing away enemy units, for lack of a better word, as it doesn't train any of your trebuchets, and you don't really need your unique unit here. Yeah, look at this thing getting nuked here by ACCM. And Viper is getting a lot of damage done with these ARPs, though. Where are the Hussars? They have been unleashed here from the stables. They are fully upgraded. But yeah, it looks like the traction trebs are going to be doing well enough here. These traction trebs are going to be super giga dead. And it does indeed look like ACCM is going to be working towards that game number 1 victory. Good play from Viper, but even better play from ACCM, especially when it came to getting that eco down when all of the madness was ensuing, and then making sure that, you know, you have to keep the push happening on one side, forestall the push happening on the other side. It's a tricky spot that Viper put him in to try and come back in the game, but ACCM, simply too good. He was too big to fail. Honestly, a solid game number 1, though. ACCM better KD, and of course, the far better economy. Way more fleshed out tech tree. All right, ACCM takes game number 1. Thank you, everyone who is watching. It is the Shu losing to the Wu. The Viper could have picked Wu himself, but I guess he'll be playing them on Golden Swamp instead, which is fine. They're going to be very good there as well. And what was ACCM's map? Hollow Woodlands? Hollow Woodlands feels like Roman's Ketons, so I guess it's Sicilians? Or maybe he goes Sicilians on Hollowed Woodlands and then Romans on Golden Swamp? I'm not sure. I do not know. But remember, this is Viper's tournament life on the line now. He's going to need to prove to us that he is the Viper and not Viper. League of Legends? No, I would not. Because I don't play League of Legends and I don't watch stuff I don't play. For esports, I don't really play American football or basketball. The Don for I always wanted to pet Snake. Today is that day. Jeez. No, like, Shu aren't that weird. Did I know that Viper lives in Germany? I actually had no idea. Alright, Golden Swamp's going to be the next map. For Viper, it feels like it's obviously Wu. You're not going to pick Ketons or Jurchens there. For ACCM, thing is, I like Romans more on both Hollowed Woodlands and Golden Swamp because I just think they're better than Sicilians. But we'll have to see. I can dunk. I can dunk if it's a super short hoop. New villas at Titan Slaying. Gotta love the toxic absolute jerk persona we've built for ACCM. All right, guys. Viper himself is going to be playing the Wu this time here on Golden Swamp, and ACCM is going to be rocking the Sicilians here to the south. Alrighty. Germany? Really? I had no idea. I'm sorry, I'm totally kidding. Yeah, I've literally stayed with Viper several times. Alright. So, what are you doing with Sicilians on this map? I mean, we were just going to be good here in general. It's a hybrid map, so we were good on it. Sicilians are one of those civs that are kind of okay. Like, they're not a bad civ on water maps. But, generally speaking, you have better options. So, let's see. Let us see. I mean, it's almost certainly going to be for a forward dock. And remember, guys, Sicilians do have heated shot, which does affect their donjons. I just need to double check to make sure I don't look like a complete fool. Yes, they do have heated shot. So their donjons are actually very good against ships. Wu also have heated shot, but they don't have arrow slits. Yeah, for some reason they didn't give fully upgraded towers to Wu or Shu, both of which would make sense. They gave Shu, they had Shu miss keep, and they had Wu miss arrow slits. Hello, Edelrice. Rather, Watb with F. Right, nope. Dock coming in a little bit faster here from Viper. Gonna get the extra food from it. Just such a nice little early bonus. I'll rip the Rhino, man. ACCM is literally the reason that rhinos are endangered. ACCM's addiction to the ivory trade and the rhino meat market literally going to cause the extinction of one of Earth's most noble creatures. And yet he just doesn't care. Just does not care. No, heated shot's something like only like half the civs have. I don't know the specific ratio these days, but yeah, it's only around half the civs. For the ACCM expose, exactly. He's aggroed. Guys, when I met ACCM for the first time at DreamHack, he just went up to me and gave me a big hug. Like, what kind of toxic person does that? And just had a huge smile on his face, like he was actually happy to see me. I think I'm still mentally scarred from that day. Yep. Oh. On your good side. Oh, ACCM once again hacking AoE 2 just to win the Scout coin flip. More toxicity. It just doesn't end with this guy. Weird Coca-Cola ad, what? This is ACCM's tournament, man. You don't mess with ACCM in ACCM's tournament. Gotta be careful though with the Scout Cavalry. Hello, Comic. Okay, so Viper is going to be opening with Men-at-Arms as well, so that makes both players who played Wu open with Men-at-Arms. This army with the hug. Exactly. Not like ACCM. Nobody. literally, like, I don't know if there's an easier person to root for in the AoE scene than ACCM. I totally want to be here the day he wins an S-tier tournament. Alright, so defensive donjons coming in, but a forward dock as well here from Viper. And I'm still quite curious as to what the plan is. It's why he gets away with his toxicity? Exactly. Lunar Sparkle, did you name yourself after Jordan's smile? There you go. Well, again, I'm still a little curious as to what the plan is here for ACCM. I mean, he still only has one dock. It means he's making a fire galley from it, sure, but you're not going to win water with one dock versus two. The Sergeant should be a very strong option, nevertheless, versus enemy men-at-arms. Actually, no, these days, Sergeants... do they even win versus Wu men-at-arms? Because you get 5 more HP. Yeah, I guess you do win, right? Because you just trade 1 attack for 1 armor. Faster building fortifications for Sicilians, like getting the faster building walls is actually a really nice little bonus. Yeah, men-at-arms, I would imagine, are more cost-efficient. Gen swordsmen are awful versus sergeants. One of the better counters to them. Oh, ACCM! Oh, Viper's trying to get in, but these quick walls. Toxic block, exactly. But yeah, Viper obviously having a huge advantage here on the water. This one fishing ship is, funnily enough, still working, even though ACCM has, like, no ships here to defend. I think it looks like Viper's going to find it finally. What's Viper Sergeant doing? Viper Sergeant says, ACCM Sergeant. Okay, he's got a couple archers here. Viper with a forward archery range. Not too uncommon to see on this map these days. There's a lot of forwarding these days on several different map types. It's kind of interesting. Like, it feels like we see forwarding very regularly on this map. But I guess it's a good way to circumvent the middle. Because the rush distance becomes a lot longer if you're having to specifically not go through the middle, and it also becomes really annoying to try and reinforce your units. No, I certainly don't hate it. Sicilian getting the super farm upgrade as ACCM, always going to be a good one. And I can't believe I live in a world right now where I almost like the Sicilians, design-wise. So crazy. I mean, yeah, you just got good solid eco, fairly well-rounded army. Donjons are a really cool building. You still don't really have a place that you really want to play them, though, even if you can play them on a lot of different settings. Anyway, fletching is on its way for both players. It's already in, though, for Viper. Not yet for ACCM, and Viper going to jump in here with those archers. Going to get at least 1 kill immediately. Donjons? Exactly. Humans design-wise? No, that'll be the day, man. Like, at the moment, I feel like I even might like Sicilians more than I like Burgundians. Granted, that's a relatively low bar, but Burgundians just feel too good on closed maps and not good enough on open maps. Whereas Sicilians are at least decent in a lot of different places. Anyway, Viper does have a slight Vil lead at this point, thanks to those fishing ships. And you can see he is subsequently ahead in resources, and he's going to be way closer to the Castle Age, so I mean, me liking Sicilians aside, I mean, Wu are just a very good civ on this map. Viper did take the early map control, and I'm still not entirely sure what the plan is here from ACCM. PCs, I mean, it's what I've been yapping about for years now. Nice kill there for Viper as well. And he is on his way up to the Castle Age, and this is going to be really tough for ACCM to manage. Whoa! That was a solid demo hit for the Viper. Yes, Bohemians, Cumans, and Romans are all civs I'm not a very big fan of. All of the Three Kingdoms civs, Gurjaras. What else? Lithuanians I actually have a lot of issues with. Their first building can be a TC. Yeah, like I'd have... You can still build TCs as Cumans. I would just give them a unique building on top of it. You can literally have it exist in the same spot that the Feitoria does with Portuguese. Give it the same exact... You can have overlapping hotkeys with it. Ah! For Castle Age, then you're just not getting an eco bonus. And you have an expensive army. Not that you can't win that way, but it's just not that exciting of a civ at that point. Also make a Feitoria. I mean, if you're in a situation where you need to make Feitorias as Cumans, then you're probably in a rough spot. Anyway, yes, ACCM does clean up those units, but again, like, homie's not in Castle Age. It feels like it should be in a really bad spot for ACCM. What time is it? For me, it's 10 o'clock in the morning. I really don't have a lot of faith that these two archers are going to buy ACCM enough time to get to Castle Age smoothly. Viper's still gathering from his 4 fishing ships. Except the other semis, it is going to be Kingstone versus Mihai. Claim is still morning? I mean, at least in an American English connotation, the morning is anytime, you know, after sunrise and before noon. I think that's pretty fair. Winning the Classic Pro set? What? I wouldn't say he didn't have 0% chance of winning that. Anyway, Viper isn't adding in TCs as fast as he could, to be honest. But I think it's still probably fine. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. My door? No, again, it's... I'm getting new tile in my bathroom. Mid-workday? Is it different in Germany that 9 to 5 isn't the normal workday? Again, I think it's reasonable to consider any time after sunrise and before noon to be the morning. Anyway, ACCM is in Castle Age. He's still behind by 7 bills. He's in a very bad spot. The TC comes in nice and quick, though, with the Sicilians. Own bathroom at my parents' place? Oh, I had my own bathroom growing up. I'm an only child. And our house has 2.5 bathrooms. It works? Yeah. Alright, crossbowman coming in here from Viper, but honestly... Okay, double range is at home now. I mean, Viper's clearly worried about the sergeants. And they are waddling across the map here. Higher up office is 9-ish. Yeah, in America, the normal saying is 9 to 5. Any word to spell lone wolf these days? Yeah. But I mean, I live in the same house I grew up in. So it's not like my parents moved out to a smaller place after they became empty nesters. Considering our house is already pretty small anyway, to be fair. Alright, got a knight coming out. And ACCM is dropping the donjons. This is kind of a weird situation. Because ACCM is behind, but he has better eco upgrades. He's on 3 TCs to 2. And it really feels like Viper hasn't done a whole lot with his significantly faster castle age time. I mean, look at this difference in castle age time. Like 3 minutes. A little more than 3 minutes, right? Okay, now he adds in a 3rd TC. My American? Yes. Alright, Viper is getting a 3rd relic. And those sergeants are going to need to skedaddle. Donjons? They're fine. I would say they're a bit better against donjons than against guard towers. But donjons obviously come in immediately. Oh, man. Early morning? Well, or you could just do morning, afternoon, evening, night. Yeah, just Germans being weird. Alright, so ACCM is making a switch over into the heavy cavalry. Viper is adding in a 4th TC. And he's still ahead in resources, so, like, that's fine. To clarify, okay, so then it's just folder being weird. Viper has an enormous score lead. And yet, it doesn't feel like he's in that insane of a position. That knight's gonna need to be deleted. Go. And ACCM is going to try and drop a forward castle, probably somewhere in the mangrove terrain. Viper does have quite a few crossbowmen, and the knights aren't super well upgraded, and those Sicilian castles do build nice and quick. And look at this, he even gets it on the island here. Alright, chain barding armor is coming in, and the only reason this castle could go up maybe is because of Sicilians. Even so, this might not be enough. Mangonel whiffs its shot, and this is absolutely the factory of sadness. It might as well call it the Cleveland Browns. Oh, no. YOLO play there from ACCM. More Vills being brought forward, but obviously this is all in favor of Viper by a significant margin, working within the minimum range there of the Mangonel. Viper's getting his own castle up, so like he's totally fine. I mean, yeah, Viper's losing most of his army here, but it doesn't really matter at all. All he needs to do is click up to Imperial Age, which is exactly what he's doing. Yeah, I just not too sold on ACCM's game plan this game. Wait. Okay, maybe Viper was getting it at the forward TC on accident for a second. But realized the mistake. He's on his way up to the Imperial Age. 21 dead Vills for Viper is quite significant. Well, I guess 21 dead Vills in favor of Viper. Cleveland Browns, exactly. But yeah, Viper can do basically anything semi-reasonable and win the game at this point. Probably go for Galleons. Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to be doing. As an option, yeah, but you have Lochons on this map. And the Lochons are very good. Well, I mean, the fishing ships are finally going down, but the not going for water approach doesn't really feel like it's been working out too well for ACCM this game. Pikeman coming in for Viper, sure, why not? You don't really have that great of arbs as the Wu. You have Aztec arbs, which isn't really anything to be too excited about. ACCM is adding up to 5 TCs, so he's probably going to be going for First Crusade. But yeah, you're still just too far behind at this stage. Remember, the last map's going to be Hollowed Woodland, so a very different one than both of the maps we've seen so far, which have both been hybrid maps. Red Cliffs Tactics, let's go! I have no idea how good Red... Like, I literally tested how good Red Cliffs Tactics is, and I still have no idea how actually good it is. It gives their demos and fire archers damage over time against ships and buildings. Yes, the burning. Well, ACCM isn't giving up yet. And Viper isn't adding in... okay, there's the first traction treb on the way, but one traction treb is going to be very slow at actually destroying anything. But he's got heavy demos in, and they're going to blow everything up, so clearly he wants to have fun at the moment. Da-da-da-bam-bam-ba-dum. Okay. Okay, Viper. Okay. Look at that dot. That damage over time. Alright. He wants to have fun. No, that was not good. Oh, jeez! Oh, my goodness. Viper! Okay, now he's making Lochons. Alright. Cavalry charging forward. Now, is Viper so far ahead in this game that even that silliness isn't going to cost him? I think so. But it definitely adds a lot more question marks that didn't exist before. Alright, Traction Treb at least, and the Lochons are both very good at sniping enemy Trebs. I mean, late game 3 Kingdom Civs are all pretty bad. It's almost like the 3 Kingdom Civs were designed to fight each other in the late game and not actual AoE Civs. Cavalier are here. They take a fair bit less bonus damage, so they're at least more resistant to halbs. I mean... ACCM is still even getting some middle gold, so it's not like he's only stuck with his in-base gold, which he still at least has a little bit more of anyway. I mean, to be fair, like, Wu are pretty bad at this point against Sicilians. Sicilians just have what feels like better options in every way. No, he doesn't have the resources yet for Hoburg. Also, ACCM does not have a castle anymore. Light Cav coming in. I mean, Viper is still probably fine, right? Right. Okay, at least the Cavalier are starting to go down. Viper's still probably fine. Was this the most expeditious way to win the game? No, but he's fine. ACCM going to try and mix in some skirmishers, but that's probably way too little, way too late. Eco is still quite nice here for Viper, all things considered. Viper very much still with control of the middle. Go get him, Cavalier. Take down that Lo Chuan, whose scale makes no sense. But ship scales in AoE2 make 0 sense in general. The ships are way too small, or the units are way too big. I guess it's really mostly that the units are too big. No, ships are still too small relative to the size of the docks and buildings and whatnot. Give it on a ship? I have my doubts, I'll be honest. I must confess. My little peep. I mean, ACCM's still trying, man. Viper also has 4 relics on top of everything else. Anyway, only 7 skirmishers. Halbs are running in. They have the 30 HP a minute regeneration, which is super nifty. Viper can even mix in more fire archers. Actually, he's on 14 fire archers. That's not bad. I think elite fire archer is like weirdly expensive though. Oh, does that not show up here? Elite unique unit doesn't show up actually. Okay. Unfortunate. Traction trebs are traction trebbing, as they are wont to do. Just don't understand when to make them? That's a fair question, because I don't really know when to make them either. I mean, it shows the fire archer here, but it doesn't show the elite upgrade to the fire archer, which was kind of my question. Yeah, fire archers. There's like a specific situation in Castle Age in a Castle War where they're pretty nice at doing consistent damage to castles over time. Where fire archers are pretty good, but in general, I also am not entirely sure when you want to make fire archers. I mean, the score isn't that bad, all things considered, although the eco difference is gigantonormous. ACCM doesn't even have handcart. I mean, Viper has a lot of gold. He can afford to make GN Swordsman. A mix of Halbs and GN Swordsman, I guess, would be fine. Use Planter Ice units? That's fair. Sudden death? That's true. First Crusade! Units, I mean, Viper can't really just afford to make Sun Jian right now. I mean, the heroes are just win more units. Yeah, Viper's doing fine here. Viper still has most of the map control, and of course, that all-important middle of the map. ACCM's population is okay, all things considered, especially since he got a big wave of sergeants from First Crusade. Elite Fire Archer coming in. Look at all those arrows flying. honestly, those Lochwans do quite a bit of damage. Architecture coming in for Viper too. Still has a huge army lead. Got elite fire archers in. Are you ready to go? Maybe they'd be better if they could use their long-range attack against siege weapons, but that was probably a VOP. Okay, kind of a weird game. The second best of them all after Jurchens, yeah. But Jurchens are still a bad water civ, so in practice they're the best. Yeah, what a really, really weird game. It's like Viper almost through with the demo ships and early imp, but he was still far enough ahead. And then, like, maybe there was a chance for ACCM just because we were so bad in the late game, especially relative to a civ like Sicilians, who are quite solid in the late game. Weird, weird game. But Viper still gets the W. He gets his own woo win. And that means that we're probably going to be seeing Romans versus Khitans here on Hollow Woodlands for game number 3. Nope. The next step in the master plan is currently to go to Hollow Woodlands. I'm going to take a quick break, guys. Be right back. Hope you're all having a lovely Thursday. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about the delay. I had to make some groceries for my grocery list. Because I'm making Ornlu's famous guacamole tonight. Alright, so, doesn't seem like we missed anything important. This one is for all the marbles, though. Will ACCM reclaim his crown by his third straight midweek madness? Or will Viper bring it back? Viper will be the yellow Ketons to the north. And to the south in the cyan as the Romans, it will be ACCM. Put all of those people in hospital? Oh no! Nah, man. I just go reckless with my, my onion and lime juice and pepper in it. Reckless, I say. Ethimbal. Ethimble. So, Feud Late is on its way. Both players are opening Man at Arms. It's something I've actually kind of wanted to see a bit more from Ketons. Like, Ketons are such a flexible civ when it comes to military options with a good eco to back it up. But I feel like all we ever see are just scouts into Step Lancers or scouts into Cav Archers. I kind of want to see their infantry play a little bit more. I think their late game is actually maybe a little underrated with, like, whatever infantry of your choice, like either Liao Dao or Fire Lancers, and with the extra what is it? You have the camel traps to snipe enemy siege units, and you have your own siege rams and whatnot. I feel like it's a little underrated. And you can also reinforce with your own Hussar spam. How about opening Streamlabs? Use the bottom left corner connect platform as your chat URL in OBS. Am I allowed to do that? I thought I wasn't allowed to do that. Like, I can dual stream Twitch and YouTube, but I don't think I can literally stream the YouTube stuff on Twitch.
Salve.
But I have to check the legalities of all this. Anyway, Men at Arms is kind of running into each other. Can't out infantry Romans? I actually... Do Liao Daos beat Legionaries? I have no idea. I've never even considered the matchup. Not that we're likely to see it in this game, but still, it's something that I don't think I've ever considered. Alright, Blacksmith coming in here for ACCM. Yes, both of these civs do have the double upgrades that cancel each other out. But there's something that's not allowed with me multi-streaming. Yeah, it's something that's worth considering, but I'd want to double check that first. Alright, fletching is in though for ACCM. Got 3 archers, but they are en route at the moment, I guess. Alright, here we go. Well, good fight there for ACCM. Viper still has less idle TC time. Res collected are still slightly in favor of ACCM. I imagine in general, Keton Eco will pull ahead maybe in like the mid to long run, but Roman Eco is better early on. I would guess that's how that dynamic works, but I'm not too sure. Blacksmith coming in now for Viper. But the archer numbers, still basically even. So yes, there are 2 men-at-arms left, which can be annoying, but the chances of them getting a lot of damage done at this stage are pretty small. Who's chat? Oh my God. Damage at 1.5 because of lag, essentially. Amade with an infantry civ? Well, Ketons are an infantry civ. See, infantry and cavalry civilizations are even more of an infantry civ than they are a cav civ. Power's up. Still, Orators are on the way for Viper. He is ahead by 2 villagers. Infantry civ? Yeah, no one ever plays them for infantry, man. Because why play different army compositions when you can just go Step Lancers every time? Or occasionally HCA. Alright, nice kill there as well for ACCM. Yeah, they've got champs with lamellar armor. And I've actually won a game with longswordsmen with Ketons. Because longswordsmen with iron casting do a lot of damage. Alright, stable coming in now from Viper. There's the forging upgrade, but there's still a lot of units on the field for ACCM.
Salve.
I mean, the overall fights have just been better for ACCM, and that's going to be the first dead villager of the game. 10 kills to 3 deaths in favor of ACCM. And look at this, these archers could end up getting sandwiched here. Good micro from Viper, all things considered, but ACCM's still going to get the better end of this. Okay, Viper going to get another counter kill there, but still, overall KD very, very good for ACCM. Yes, because when I think of a unit I'd like to see more of NVMT, it is the Skirmisher. At least they train fast, which is certainly a big help. But missing bloodlines does hurt you a lot in the long run versus archers, but it is still kind of a skirmisher-based army at the moment for ACCM. 9 bills on gold is like a lot though. Still, Viper's kind of hanging in there, but if ACCM gets a significantly better castlage time, then Viper might be in a terrible position. Here are the skirmishers. Don't worry, both players have skirmishers. And Viper now going to start to take a much, much better fight here. He's got the forging upgrade in for his Keton scouts. There are no spearmen to support this army. Viper pulling back the injured scouts very effectively, and suddenly this KD is going to equalize. And yet there's the castle age upgrade coming in. See if the defense, though, is going to be good enough, because you're still a long ways off from castle age. Exactly. I imagine it will be double stable knight play, although that does open up the potential for Viper to maybe go for camels. We'll have to see. Maybe you can go just knight plus pikeman impact. Or you could go for elite skirmishers. That's an option. Alright. That's actually watchtower number 2 here for Viper. Ketons, I think, have weirdly okay defenses. Yeah, you do have fortified wall, but yeah, your towers are pretty bad. The guard tower. For Liao Dao, I would doubt it. Although again, I still haven't seen Liao Dao versus Legionary. I think I want to try that one after this game. Anyway, Viper going to click up, but he is going to be around 2 minutes slower than his counterpart. And there is indeed the second stable for ACCM. I don't know if it's worth upgrading these units, though, to be fair. You're trustworthy? Sure, you can be trustworthy, McNeely. I will allow it. Alright. Castle Age coming in. 2 knights being produced here immediately. Big mistake, I know. I hope I am not making a grave mistake. But for now, we ride with the Huns! Alright, it's nighttime, baby. Viper going to immediately hop into that tower, but it's still a little bit tricky. Falksman? What the heck is a Falksman? Alright, 43 seconds to Castle Age here for Viper. He is on only the 1 stable still. ACCM could buy back some stone for another TC. That shouldn't really be an issue for him. And yet those Vills are definitely getting idled. Viper's gonna hit Castle Age with a lot of resources, but what can he actually turn that into? Okay, Crossbow Bodkin... Oh, no, sorry, he does have the 2nd stable. Still, are the Step Lancers actually gonna be good enough here? Greek Liaodao? Ah. So you're just saying it in Dacian Thracian? Alright. Well, it's still a good start to the fight here for ACCM, guys. But like I said, going for the double stable knight does open you up to camels. Dox yourself too often? Welcome to my world. Okay, so it is going to be for an extra TC here. Forward onto the stone for ACCM. This is still anyone's game at this point. Res collected are dead even. Bosaw coming in now for ACCM as well, but they're going to get the extra iron casting. How does an RTS player... Because I don't play RTS games that aren't AoE 2. If it's not an AoE 2 or, like, StarCraft, I don't know it. Or maybe Warcraft. Alright, camels are here, though, and they have husbandry versus no husbandry. Those knights are probably going to get wrecked. Probably. Great micro here from Viper and ACCM both. Really trying to pull away the weak units. Actually, really nice job on both counts. Oh, so many low HP units here. Kind of thought ACCM might want to add in some pikemen. But you do absolutely need a 3rd TC, because that's not very efficient, guys. There we go. The 3rd TC here for ACCM. Overall Vil counts are even, although you do have the 1 extra eco upgrade for our Cyan player. No bloodlines? Yeah, I know it's no bloodlines, but on the other hand, you have 2 extra attack. I don't know if that changes the dynamic at all, but it might. Late game, with Ordo Cavalry, the Khitan Camels become a lot better, but obviously we are not in late game. Alright, Monk number 1 is on the way, 3rd TC for the Viper, and this is going to end up a pretty nice macro game. To close out this first semifinal, Knights are bleeding in through to the wood line, though, for Viper, and yet he's only losing 1 Vil for now. Not having forging does mean that the Knights take 5 hits to kill the villagers instead of 4. And all these units are going to go down. And I kind of feel like it wouldn't be a bad idea to start mixing in some pikemen here. There aren't many crossbowmen left. Especially if you clean out those units, it's not going to be that bad. A lot less gold expensive? Ah, okay. I kind of figured that would be the case. Nearly! Nearly. Okay, I guess the Knights, at least 2 of the Knights got through eventually. Alright, looks like the Monks are still going to be a good defensive tool, though, for ACCM. Lots of pasteurizing. Their milk will not spoil, guys. It is pasteurized. YouTube content? The thing is, with testing, it's usually... I do a lot of testing right before, you know, a new expansion or, like, right after a big patch or something. But... usually, to me, stuff sort of just comes to mind in terms of, like, okay, what's an actual relevant matchup? Scorps? Yeah, the Camel Trebs. Mounted Trebs are actually going to be very good against them. Mounted Trebs are actually underrated. I do think they should be a little bit cheaper, but they're not bad. Legionaries? Yeah, like, I'm not really interested in doing the Mike Empires type content, which feels not very useful in most situations. But it is still something to keep in mind. These sorts of different matchups, especially between civs that we're likely going to see a lot of, which Romans and Ketons are both very, very strong open map civs, so that makes sense. Anyway, Camel's taking some more damage there. Pastoralism and Bosaw both on the way. No. BBC. I also think that they are kind of worse than Bombard Cannons in a lot of situations, but I would still think it would be better. Like, they're still a good all-around unit that are kind of interesting. And I wouldn't hate to see them, again, a little bit cheaper. Your company's earnings call? That sounds boring. We have the decider game here between Viper and ACCM. Big fight happening over here. Yeah, Camels and Step Lancers fighting together. The Monks are certainly a relevant unit in this situation, but Viper's defensive castle is coming in. But is it going to be enough? ACCM can just castle drop over here to the west, and that's probably going to be just fine, as Viper is falling back. Scores are very even. Coupleville's going to be going down there. And here's our first Liao Dao on the way. Still, Viper does secure this eastern gold, and would, actually. Lots of resources here in the east for Viper. More stables coming in. The decisive moment. There you go. All right, Roman Castle about to be here in just a moment. Both players on 3 TCs. Both have similar villager numbers. New Jags? That's pretty wild. Romans making knights versus camels and lancers? What else are Romans supposed to do? They're a knight civ. It's what they make. It's their best unit. Well, no Scorps yet. And I do think that Scorps not having any mobility is a real issue on this map for ACCM, just because it is so open and impossible to wall in the long run. Just now getting Wheelbarrow, though, is Cyan. But look at this, guys. Viper isn't horrendously far away from the Imperial Age. And these units still have quite poor upgrades for ACCM. This is looking better for Viper. He is 400 score ahead. Some more knights coming in. Days. Oh my goodness. Knights? Scorps? No, those aren't knights. Again, if you look at high-level play with Romans, it's almost always just knight spam, or scorpions, or both. Aside. Oh, that hurts. That really hurts. Oh, Viper looking to be in a good spot here, guys. Again, resources collected are even, but his army has been more efficient because ACCM really never mixed pikemen into his army. He's getting more Step Lancers on their way. Civ that need to lose husbandry, that's what I've been saying. They're supposed to be a plotting civ.
Renaissance.
Viper should probably just bop back home here. And he's not. I mean, ACCM is going to click up to Imp in just a moment, but he's still going to be a lot slower than his counterpart. And I don't feel like ACCM is making the sorts of units that are going to be very effective here in a long game. I mean, the fact that this castle isn't being seen because knights are pretty much blind is definitely a good thing for Viper. I mean, but he's losing a lot of vills. TCs are being rushed up on the other side. These units still aren't getting that much done. Yeah, that's a not at all insignificant amount of villagers killed. Imp is coming in. That said, this is finally going to start to get some nice damage done. And Viper is probably fine. I mean, Viper himself gets some nice villager kills. And I just don't see the tech switch here for ACCM. Viper can just go into Elite Step Lancers and some Trebuchets. Although Keytown Elite Step Lancers aren't really all that exciting until you get Ordo Cav, which is still going to be a little ways off most likely. Treb on the way. And actually just now getting Chain Barding Armor. Description also not bad either. It's a rough spot for ACCM, but I don't think we can say he's dead yet. Not yet. Oh, let's see. Still probably not bad for ACCM, I think. And all those units are going to die. Except the couple that run away there. I mean, the forward castle is going to be sniped. Nothing you can really do to save it at that point. And ACCM is now getting ahead in resources, although Viper is slightly ahead in resources destroyed. There's the pikeman upgrade coming in for ACCM. And Viper isn't making anything Imperial Age. Except Trebs. And yes, Trebs are great, but I don't know. You need both pikemen and scorpions here. And you don't really have much infrastructure yet. You have 4 barracks, which isn't actually all that great. Late Barding Armor coming in now for Viper, but he still doesn't really have that many units. And Halb is at least coming in immediately for ACCM. He still has a nice 20 villager or so advantage, although his eco upgrades are worse. Mounted Treb, let's go! Grenadiers? Grenadiers? No, they don't have gunpowder. To defend his turn, we'll see. Camel Lancers? Probably not very good at all versus the Lancers, or at least not that great versus the Lancers, but Viper now going to be going for more Liao Dao. But they still are missing most of their upgrades. They just have the attack upgrades in, and that's it. Still, Liao Dao plus some Camel Trebs should be better than what Romans do, I think. Like, Mounted Trebs are a pretty decent unit, guys. And here, Treb War is incoming. Viper has more stone overall, but ACCM still has stone income to speak of. Viper's now the one who has the more mobile army, although ACCM is still making more knights. They're not really bothering with scorpions at all. Now, in theory, the Liao Dao are eventually just going to be too good for this anyway. Yeah, ACCM's now out of stone. All right, Bracer now in for Viper. I mean, that's good for the castle, but no ballistics for either player, notably. Still, the Liao Dao upgrades are pretty underwhelming. Meanwhile, at the back... Oh my god, that's a lot of dead vills. Holy cow. 14 villagers killed from Viper. It's, again, that mobility advantage. And now the Liao Dao and the camels are coming forward. Is this going to be good enough? They still only have +1 defense. If ACCM loses those Trebs, it's almost certainly game over for him. And at least both castles go down. Both players have one additional castle, but that's not actually in the best spot to defend. But ACCM's just running out of units. All he's making are halbs. He needs a gold unit that isn't a knight. And I don't see ACCM really doing anything at this point, guys. Viper massively ahead in resources destroyed here. He's going to come in with a forward castle, and he wants to move on to the grand finals, guys. Ballista's now coming in. It just feels way too late, guys. As Viper looking to move on to the finals. Very good series, though. In grand finals? The grand finals is mostly used in a double elimination bracket because you have like the winner's bracket finals, the loser's bracket finals, etc. And the grand finals are the finals. But for a single elimination tournament, it's the same thing. But Hera hasn't played in any of these. He'd rather play Arabia Ladder. Top 2 seeds. MBL was the top seed, but he dipped out at the last second, so he was replaced by Turs. So these are actually seeds 2 and 3, I think. ACCM's trying to hang in there. I mean, he's only 30 pop behind, so to say, but now Viper is way ahead in eco. Treb's continuing to treb away. Viper has all 5 relics. This just feels super turbo over. But like I said, the Campbell Trebs are very good against the Scorpions. They're a lot faster than regular Scorps, remember, or Bombard Cannons. Bombard Cannons have a movement speed of 0.8. So these guys are... Or no, 0.7, my bad. Yeah, Bombard Cannons have movement speed of 0.7. And this is 0.88. Action, it's what he does. Viper getting the rest of his eco upgrades. I mean, he's just rounding out everything he needs to. Light Cav here to do some raiding. That's obviously fine. ACCM is running out of stuff here. Scorpions are only missing Siege Engineers as far as upgrades go, but I don't really think there's going to be a whole lot you can do against the Mounted Treb sniping all of the Scorpions as soon as they try and take a fight. Like I said, this is what I was talking about, though, guys. The Liao Dao plus Mounted Treb combo is a bit tough to stop. It's nice to see Keaton's actually being played as a, you know, in part infantry civ. You know, an actual infantry plus cavalry civ. Yeah, to gold completely. There's Elite Liao Dao finally coming in. And you're not even unable to take a fight right now as poor ACCM. At TC isn't even happening at the moment. You have no mobility as the Romans player. There's Ordo Cavalry coming in. There we go! And Viper's just gonna run away. He just doesn't want to have to deal with that. Treb's being brought here to the east. Viper playing very, very safe. Probably safer than he needs to, but can't really blame him. He's comically far ahead in score. Budget Bombard Cannons? Kinda. They're not quite the same. But, again, kinda. Well, granted, I would kind of hope Viper has better micro than this. Hey, do the Mountain Trebs one-shot the Heavy Scorps? Because it's 31 plus 30 damage. Yeah, with chemistry, guys, they actually one-shot the Heavy Scorpions, whereas Bombard Cannons don't. That's actually kind of a neat interaction that isn't that uncommon. Because Bombard Cannons are exactly 1 HP off because of the 1 melee armor that Heavy Scorpions got. But because the Mountain Trebs are affected by chemistry, that's pretty cool. Anyway, I mean, this game is super mega turbo over. That's true. The Teuton Heavy Scorpions would survive. So would the Celt Scorps. Yeah, Mountain Trebs have 5 less HP than a Bombard Cannon, but they have more armor. Although they take anti-camel bonus damage. Like I said, they are a lot faster. But also terrible against buildings and have less range. So, I mean, I still think that Bombard Cannons are overall better. But I think with a bit of a cost decrease, they had to be a really fun unit. Yeah, it doesn't say their cost here. I forget exactly what it is. Mango Ellies? Or, I mean, these guys? No, they're not bad at all. I mean, look at all those Scorpions going splat, guys. I mean, they're not bad. But obviously, the Liao Dao are going to cut through those halbs like butter. Well, the Scorpions are going to kill the Liao Dao pretty fast. 210 gold? Well, I think they cost food, right? And not gold? Yeah, look at that. Way, way more efficient eco. Viper will dethrone ACCM as he moves on to the grand finals. Faster imp time was pretty darn huge. Nope, that was a fun game to end things on. But we still have 2 more series left. ACCM and Midweek Madness, exactly. Alright, so that makes the next set Kingstone versus Mihai. Why am I getting spammed on Discord? Okay, let me see. Okay, I guess this is live at 15:30. Which has already happened, right? We're at 16 GMT now, I think. So we'll have to see. Let me update the stream title, though. Those newfangled units. Ornlu a stretch. So, we'll have to see who faces Viper in the finals here. All right. Got ourselves some drafterinos. Northern Isles and Fortified Clearing is, or I guess they are, the home maps. And it looks like the second set will be live as well. Seems good. Oh, why did it stop popping up? All right, Hollow Woodlands. We're going to see the exact same map again. See what the Sibs are going to look like. Yeah, so this will be a live set. And then the finals will also be live. I mean, normally you don't want to have the finals right after a semifinals, but it's not really that big of a deal when it's just a best of 3. All right, let's see what our Sibs are. Best of 9? Yeah, that would be rough. The Ornlu clan? You know it. Back in my day, we took over all of Persia.
Do you belong to the Akai Ornlu clan?
Wait. Porphyrogenitus? The 36 months? Who are you? That name isn't familiar. Too many an AoE 2 streamer? Uh-huh. But 3 years. All right, Dravidians, Gurjaras, Bengali. We got all the dynasties of India civs. Got Wu, Romans. Right, Churchins and Lithuanians. The entire AoE community. That was, well, Mets also didn't really bankroll the entire AoE community. He basically bankrolled Viper in Doubt and Spring. His strongest tournament. Wait, best of 5 versus MVL. Oh, yeah, that's Hidden Cup 2, I remember. But yeah, Mats also went on to do bigger and better things. Alright, so for Hollow Woodlands game number 1, this feels like it's going to be for Gurjaras versus Romans, if I had to guess. A matchup we see plenty. Yep, Carlini was the same. Bankrolled Viper, and Doubt, and then peaced out. B-Dot? I don't remember. Why haven't I ever had a sugar, mama, daddy? I think I deserve one. I think this stream deserves to be bankrolled. I don't know what I would have actually done to deserve such a bankrolling, but I definitely deserve it. I mean, to be fair, Liquid Egg Product has done a lot of the bankrolling, to be fair. But that's wonderful to hear. Definitely an image I wanted in my head. Jake to finance me? Yeah, seriously. Ooh, Sora beat Mihai. French Montana? Who's French Montana? Her credit card? Oh yeah. That would definitely check out. The all corgi all day, as opposed to it not being all corgi all day. Singer? Oh. Never heard of him. I think ACC and Viper will be a great match. Well, it already happened, and it was a good match. Is a New York rapper? And that name is a lie. Queen Liz, that's true. But she's dead, and I'm not. Ha 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 ha. Oh, 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 oh. Savior of Red Bull? Yeah, that's me. I got so much bankrolling from Red Bull for saving their butts. Oh wait, I didn't. For 70 years? I mean, I don't see why not. And getting shot to marrying a Dubai princess? That's pretty wild. Have to be a commentator? I doubt it. Even if we do get another Red Bull, which I have no idea. All right, 2 minutes and we will be getting into game number 1. 70 years from now, I have no plans on ever stop streaming completely. I have no plans to ever stop streaming completely. Not traveling much nowadays? No. I'm trying to do my best to save up money right now. Let's see how good of a job I'm doing. I feel like I'm doing a very poor job of it. I keep on having expenses crop up, man. It's annoying. Yeah, we could be doing better. That, like, almost, what? Around $550 a month on student loan payments and health insurance it's tough, man. It's tough. Be an English teacher in Korea? Nah. Not something I really want to do. I mean, I'd be fine working in Korea, but I'd want more of a permanent job. Like, I'm getting... The closer I get to 30, the more I want just, like, to actually get my career going. I could have maybe done being a teacher, an English teacher in Korea, if I had, not been a streamer. Evangelical stage. Now that's an idea. Not a good one, but an idea. All right. So here we are, guys. Game number 1 in our second semifinal. We will have Kingstone in the cyan as the Gurjaras to the west of the map, and to the east in the Romans will be Mihai in the yellow. Yeah. My streaming experience? I mean, I put it on all my job applications, that's for sure. I mean, it's literally my resume. Other than my academic background, which is also pretty good. That's very good, actually. This has been my life, right? Aces and Viper, well, you had to get up earlier, I guess. Old strategy games and stream. No, but in I have been an advisor, analyst, administrator, organizer for events. I have, yeah, obviously experience creating and expanding my own brand from nothing by myself. I mean, it definitely looks good on a resume, and of course, I've at least been relatively successful. Or at least it looks good enough on a resume, right? Namaste. Namaste. So yeah, Gurjara's Romans, a matchup we see all the time these days. Both civs very strong early on, and just going to be kind of good throughout the entire game. You're applying for? I would say the way I phrase it is that it's a lot of international organization that I've been a part of and doing. Working with people from all over the world. Putting together projects, presentations, all that stuff. So yeah, I'd say it's relevant. Collaboration, you bet I have that on there. Because it is Microsoft and Red Bull collaboration. But of course, like, what they are looking for is, okay, do you have years working with, like, a specific liaison for the military or the government? Like, we want you to, for your entry-level job, to already have 3 years of experience working at, like, specific think tanks and specific roles. Comes a numbers game? I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Which is why it's honestly so frustrating. Because it's not like I can just spam applications to, like, you know, a few hundred different jobs that are all basically the same. Like, my jobs are, like, more scarce than that, and I need... Again, they're more specific. Which is annoying. At the very least, I have this, though. There are a lot of people who don't have anything when they're trying to look for jobs. Ambassador to Malaysia? Heck, I'd take that post. Not that I know anything about Malaysia, but still. They have good food. Alright, so Men-at-Arm opening here for Mihai. Never going to be hating too much on an aggressive opening versus Gurjaras. And already we see the goats coming from the mill back to the TC. In a few cities, I have looked at several nonprofits, but the issue is that they would obviously don't pay very well, and I still need to make enough to live on my own in DC, in the DC area, which can be kind of hard to afford. And if I'm not doing this, I guess my goal is to do something. You know, I'd want whatever I get a new job for to be a significant financial improvement over this job. You know what I mean? Yeah, DC is basically a military zone these days. So, like, right now I work basically a minimum wage job, which is fine, considering that I really enjoy what I'm doing, and this is way better than working at Target. But, you know, it's like, I want to take that next step, you know what I mean? Next step in my career, again, like, especially I'm feeling it the closer I get to 30. Yeah, in the other city I've been looking at jobs in the, like, because it's the same area as DC as Baltimore. So Chicago, DC, Baltimore, I feel like I'm being gone after, man. Ogna! And right, you have the Camel Scout here, and that's still going to be very helpful versus the enemy Scout Cavalry, but the Men-at-Arms are here. And, okay, that was going to be a second range for Kingstone, and it actually is. He just was replacing it slightly. And so far, the defense is just fine for our Cyan player. You can see that the Gurjara's early game is good enough at the moment that you can kind of keep pace with the Romans in terms of eco, at least almost. And it seems like players these days are really leaning more towards ejecting the goats out of the mill. Even if it doesn't give you an eco bonus throughout the game, at least it does help you early on. I've been decently conservative about where I spend my time? What do you mean? Selling secrets to the north? Unfortunately, I haven't been able to get into any consulting jobs in Korea either. I've applied to a few. So, more skirms on the way for Kingstone because they're the best unit in AoE 2, and Mihai is doing the exact same thing. But Mihai is only on the one range, so we'll have to see. Maybe he could add in more Men-at-Arms. Keep up the pressure on these buildings since it's very far away from the TC. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think that restarting the Men-at-Arm production Wouldn't be bad. Do I take risks? I mean, I am a pretty risk-averse person. Huh. I wonder why I deleted those. But like, what do you mean? Did you try applying to FE or Relic? Those jobs, those companies, I have looked, but they only have, like, software designer jobs. Like, I would be, like, some sort of, you know, consultant for design or international business history, that sort of thing. Which, those jobs are already taken, so it's not like they need someone else. Would I like to be a historical design consultant? Absolutely! But, you know. Those jobs don't really exist. See the second range? I thought he did. Yeah, he did. And he's going to be going for a stable, but I feel like it would have been way easier just to resume Men-at-Arm production and get the second, or get the defense upgrade. But as it stands, Kingstone has a way larger army at the moment. Okay, defensive towers coming in, and scout production started here as well. Also, the Camel Scout wouldn't be good against the Men-at-Arms either, especially once they get the upgrade. Philadelphia taught himself? Well, Philadelphia is already there, right? So why would they need me if they already have Philadelphia? Also, he has an MBA. I don't. Before he was there? Yeah, but that job I just don't think existed before, but now, again, it's like, why... They already have that job. They don't need it again. They'll win wars. That's what I keep saying, guys. All right, scale barding armor coming in as well here for Mihai. So he's going to actually just try and go for a counterattack. Both players looking to have a defensive tower at the back of their base. I mean, it's kind of like being a caster, right? It doesn't really matter if I'm good at something, so long as the people who started doing it before I did are also good at it. Kind of the case with AoE2 streaming. Taught MBA? Yeah. Does Mihai have time much? I would say self-taught MBA is, you know, how we get Three Kingdoms stuff in the game. But, you know, that's just me. His interest in AoE2 campaigns and history to teach himself the current role. After it does more layouts, who knows? Who knows? I mean, if there was a job I could, you know, readily study to learn and still work within AoE2, I absolutely would. But again, the jobs that they seem available are mostly, you know, coding jobs, which is not what I do or have any interest in doing. You know, I could be a community manager and do all that stuff well, but again, Nilly and Ashley and Turkman already exist and do those things. Why isn't he fighting? Because he can't take this fight. Unless you mean, why isn't Kingstone fighting? And that's because Mihai can run away. Anyway, Castle Age is coming in for Kingstone, so he's just cruising. Mihai is ahead in overall resources, but Kingstone not investing anywhere near as much into the Feudal Age army as his opponent. And we're looking at 8 scouts at the moment with full upgrades. So it's going to be tough to survive, but if you can do so, Kingstone's going to be in a very strong position. I can see Mihai getting damage done. He just brings his entire army over, and now that he's got fully upgraded scouts, yeah, this is going to be looking much, much, much better. Scouts make their way in. They're going to get a villager snipe at the very least, but the walls are also going to be in. And now you can start making camel scouts, which are just going to be so freaking good here against the regular scouts. And just look how fast those bad boys train. This is why I was saying just go for... I'm just surprised Mihai didn't continue making men-at-arms. I feel like it's so much more annoying for Gujaras to deal with than scout cavalry. Well, military being brought to bear in the back for Kingstone, but I don't really see Mihai able to push this. He does click up, but he is going to be 2 minutes slower than his opponent. And there are going to be around 3 camels, at least, once Castle Age comes in. I don't know what those bills are doing.
Namaste.
And almost ready for the Castle Age. Alright, camels are here. They still have no upgrades as of yet, though. University coming in. And now the Scout Cavalry are going to jump on the archers as the camels are really not in a good position. I don't know why Kingstone's really trying to take this fight. Doesn't have the upgrades yet, and he wasn't under any immediate pressure. I wouldn't say he's fine yet. Gonna keep on getting pressured, especially with ballistics coming in too. Oh, I love this. Just send the crossbowmen across the map. One might even say crossbow the map. Use the skirms to keep chasing the other ranged units, and then just keep the camels on standby so that the scout cavalry can't dive them as easily. Really, really like that splitting of the army here from Mr. Kingstoner. Kingstone did overchop? It sure does look like that, but that's not going to bite him in the butt yet, at least. Ballistics is almost in. These vills are kind of exposed at the front as the crossbowmen are making their way forward. And yeah, as soon as the scouts try and dive in here, the Gurjara camels are going to be really, really annoying to deal with, because they're just going to cut through those scout cavalry like butter. And happy Castle Age here to Mihai. But right now, Kingstone is looking to be in a way better position. Look at this. He's focusing down all of the enemy archers. And obviously the skirmishers don't do that much damage to the camels still. And this is a terrible position here for our yellow player. Beautifully done engagement for Kingstone, as all those units are going down. Crossbowmen now hanging here at the back. Those villagers are going to escape for now, so that's a nice move for Mihai, but still, this is getting a lot more awkward than you would like. Well, I wouldn't recommend just running into tower fire like that, personally. And those vills are at least safe for now. Land version. That isn't really how I would phrase it personally, but that is, I suppose, technically correct. Anyway, the knights are coming in here. They do have +2 defense in, guys. And those crossbowmen are in a lot of trouble. Okay, second TC is coming forward. But yeah, all those crossbowmen are likely going to get it wrecked here. But that's... It's something for Mihai, but now you're in a situation where you're making knights into camels. Like I said, guys... Pro players will die before they ever consider making Roman longswords. Knights, pikes, rams? I mean, knight plus pikeman's actually a very reasonable army composition here. Mihai's going to actually be looking for a castle drop by the looks of things. And just try and force a big fight here at the front, and then go for the castle drop and the win. Couple knights coming in here for a counterattack. And remember that although these camels are here and they are very good for the Gurjaras, Kingstone has focused all of his upgrades onto the ranged units. You know, bodkin, ballistics, all that good stuff. And some knights can come in here and get a lot of damage done. Yeah, just pull back the camels there, try and focus with the crossbow, but these knights are coming... Whoa! That was good quick wall. That was a very, very good quick wall. Alright, defensive watchtower coming in. And this is maybe still a little bit tricky. Where are those camels? They need to be brought to bear. Pikeman upgrade coming in as well, but that tower is going to be nice. Still gets a couple of units there. Knights aren't really doing all that much for the time being. And it is still 2 TCs to 1, but only a 2-villager lead for Kingstone, who's struggling to actually keep his TCs going because his eco balance is very rough. And the Camel's just 0 upgrades whatsoever, even if he is making a lot of them. Siege Workshop now coming in for Mihai, although he has spent a lot of time mining stone, which, I mean, isn't really all that useful. Does lose 1 monk there. And look at this. This blob of ranged units from Kingstone is getting a lot of value. Siege Workshop now coming in. And I guess the knight, yeah, is just being chased down by that camel. And I suppose this is going to be for a Mangonel, which would be fine. Yep, it sure is. Look at that, 700 stone. It just isn't being used right now. At all. Although I still find the lack of food income for Cyan to be concerning. Look at the difference in food collected. It's so much further ahead for Mihai. Meanwhile, more knights. Because that's what Romans do. Res collected also even because Mihai has better eco upgrades than his counterpart. That you can build more TCs. I know it's a wild one. Main mail armor coming in as well. I feel like Mihai might just be building a better army. Thorakuma? Yeah, he had 2 sets today. Up. Oh, got him. Iron Casting also about to be in here, so these are going to be some well-upgraded units, guys. Mihai getting ready for the castle. I mean, this is going to be the moment. 3rd TC being attempted for Kingstone. I just feel like his units are so horribly upgraded. I mean, even the range units have no upgrades. And here we go, guys. Are the Gurjara camels going to be enough here? The monks' conversions are honestly very good. I don't know about all of this. The camels are doing what they can. There was a conversion. Make that 2. And that should be 3 as well. But it just is not enough at all, guys. These camels, even without upgrades, just do so much damage. And the monk play was good enough there for Kingstone that Mihai is getting absolutely clobbered, and unless he's paying 0 attention... Okay, yeah. And Kingstone will take game number 1. Yeah, too many crossbowmen. Yeah, the double range crossbowman production was sufficient there. And even the unupgraded camels were able to get the job done. Even though he barely had any text research, he had the same number of units trained, and his army usage was just... Well, he just had more units, right? Well done there for Kingstone in a solid game number 1. So he is 1 game away from challenging Viper in the finals. Oh, I never actually updated the scoreboard. Wow, I'm so freaking good at this. Yeah, I mean, the Castle Age timing was really rough for me, huh? Romantic. Very romantic. Right, that is the Gurjaras over the Romans, so 2nd versus 3rd pick. Followed Woodlands going to Kingstone, and game number 2 will be on 45 clearing. Not 46 clearing. Not 44 clearing. 45 clearing. Alright guys, I'm going to take a quick break, be right back, and then we'll get into game number 2. Sorry. My mom. My mom just likes to chat and ramble like I got nothing to do. It's like, I feel like my parents just don't quite understand that, like, I need to be taking literally as little time as possible between games. Or, like, when I get up. Where was I? I was downstairs. My mom wanted to meal plan with me. Alright, so once again, we're gonna see a not fast castle here. I mean, Lithuanians definitely feel good on a map with 8 relics, and they're just a decent closed map in general, or closed map civ. Bengalis, though, are still gonna be very strong, and a way better civ economically. And as far as, like, being a tower rush civ goes, I suppose Bengalis are fine. Yeah. Not count? No, Chronicles doesn't count for anything right now. And probably never will. Wait a minute. Oh, he never got those geese. Floor of a 22-story building? No, I work on the second floor of a 2-story building. Yeah, Late are still definitely a bit OP. Alright, so Kingstone already looking to defend himself appropriately here. 25 population uptime, pretty normal stuff for Lithuanians. And even the scout is already pretty low in HP. Now, yes, Cyan did lose his own scout cavalry to this, but you can still die in 2 Vil hits anyway. Is bugged? I mean, there is a very reasonable chance at any point in time that there is a bugged AoE 2 scenario. More or less OP than Monospa's? Probably more OP, honestly. For being late? I know. Did someone call me? I mean, my mom wanted to meal plan. And I thought it would be quick, and then it was going on, and I'm like, Mom, I need to get back to the stream. Do to it? I mean, it's not too surprising. Hold up, though. Maybe Kingstone is being a little lackadaisical with the defenses. Okay, that's a decent quick wall there. Almost a feudal age, but you still need to keep the walls up a little bit longer at least. Okay, defensive watchtower coming in, but you're going to break through the walls in just a second, guys. Uh-oh. Okay, market's there. And that tower is going to be rushed up, but look at this, guys. He's not, I think, going to be getting to Castle Age in the immediate future. Beer. Alright. Stonewall here up behind. And almost a very bad situation for Kingstone, but not one that is actually bad. And this can just be a blacksmith. This can just be a what in doubts Green Earth are you doing, Kingstone? Oh, jeez. Again, this is something that is very technically still going well, I guess, but oh no! Oh my god, what a fail! What? Yeah, just way under investing in the defense. Yeah, he's got Loom, but still. Mihai's about to surpass his opponent in terms of resources. Okay, defensive tower coming up there. But now you're out of all gold income, and you don't even have enough to click up to Castle Age, so you need to sell resources to do that. I mean, you're not even close to Castle Age. Jeez. Well, 10 I mean, because you want to invest as few villagers as possible, but Kingstone, I think, just not really appreciating how fast everything would die. Yeah, now you're just in a terrible spot as Kingstone. You don't have the resources to do anything. Mihai's own eco is way more efficient. I mean, just look at, like, the resources just completely plummet off a cliff there for Kingstone. He can absolutely tower the stone. Now, there will be likely enough stone to go for a counter tower, but ugh. Honestly, I'm not the biggest fan that this map just feels like it's a tower rush or some sort of feudal aggression every single game. It just feels like that's all we see. Alright, DBA coming in, but you're not even guaranteed anything close to a faster castle age than your opponent at this point. I don't really even know what this tower does. Okay, that scout finally goes down. Yikes. That was rough. Mihai ties the series up. Yeah, you just could not let your opponent in. Your entire plan revolved around you not doing that. Alright. Mihai gets the win, though. That was actually Kingstone's home map, so now we will be going to Northern Isles. And that is the Lithuanians losing to the Bengalis, so I guess it was Mihai's #1 Civ pick. Now it's going to be Wu versus Dravidians, almost certainly. And the winner of this will move on to the final. I think, yeah, it just wasn't a game that was worth watching. Alright, minute 35, and we will be getting into Northern Isles. It does look a lot like a Pokemon logo. Alright, 25 seconds. Alrighty, guys, here we go. Game number 3. This is for all of the marbles. The winner faces Viper in the finals. The loser is out. We will have Mihai in the yellow as the Wu to the west. And in the blue to the east as the Dravidians, it will be Kingstone. Do 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 do. All of the marbles in one game? Oh, well, that's just how it is, puppy saturation. Sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. Inakatari. Why does it feel like an ibex always gets stuck on this map? It happened like 2 times already, seeing early game an ibex getting stuck in the wood line. Too crazy there. Yeah, see, you had to shoot the ibex to get it out of the wood line. And looks here like Kingstone actually wants to go with the forward dock. Alright, so maybe Kingstone's looking to go aggressive here. Mihai has the back dock. I mean, is there really a civ to favor between Wu and Dravidians? Honestly, I think I just might like Dravidians a little bit more most of the time. Dravidian, what the heck is that squiggly language? Tamil? Ah. Wow, I know it's surprising, but I can't read Tamil. I was saying something. Oh yeah, it feels like Dravidians have good military answers to whatever Wu do. What can I do? Ah. Alright, so Scout looking to go across the water. Yes, I know they do. Southeast Asia squiggly writing? Indeed. Lots of squiggly writing. Can't read I know, I'm just such a disappointment. I can only read Latin script and Hangul. Alright, Loom coming in for Kingstone, and yeah, everything points to him wanting to go very aggressive here. 2 more fishing ships even queued up for our Wu player. The world's oldest language? What can I say? I'm a disappointment. Also, the world's oldest language feels extremely fake sounding. Unless somebody speaks whatever humans happened to speak when we were just hunter-gatherers in East Africa. Alright, Loom coming in. But Mihai's likely trying to FC, and Kingstone is going to be going aggro here. And with the second dock, honestly, is this just galleys? Oldest language? Well, there seems to be a lot of Tamil nationalism in southern South Asia, to say the least. It's like all the people who are very upset that the AoE 2 civ is not called the Tamils, and it's just called Dravidians to represent people including but not limited to the Tamils. Alright, 3 docks coming in, and it is just going to be for an all-out galley rush from Kingstone. That said, Mihai shouldn't have any difficulties actually getting the fast castle off. And okay, so it's 4 galleys and then fire galleys. I mean, like, that ethno-nationalist versions of history that is all over the world is, I don't know, I always found it pretty silly. Wow, our specific group of people were the awesomest, most ancient, and most advanced of all the different peoples. And therefore, because our ancestors were so awesome, that means we're more awesome than everyone else today. At least American exceptionalism is just, no, it's not that America is, you know, some ancient and brilliant land. We're just, you know, the ordained, chosen land by God. Kappa. Alright, well, Galley's easily going to be able to snipe lots of fishing ships here, but Mihai is on his way up to Castle Age, and to be fair, a quick careening and dry dock upgrade could enable those fire ships to just completely torch the Dravidian ones. China? Yep. Alright, forward barracks here from Mihai as well as a forward dock even. And this could end up working out really, really well for him. The Chosen Land? I know. Well, no, that's where the Mormons come in because of the ancient Israelites who sailed to America. Oh my god. And founded the Garden of Eden somewhere in Georgia. Or not Georgia, Missouri. Natural disasters. Lol. Come on, you guys really need to get on it. Yeah, the Gen Swordsmen are going to be tough to stop, especially if there's also a forward siege workshop. And it's still only 3 fishing ships each. Dum dum dum. Yeah, it's all pretty silly. Waters up the Atlantic? I mean, even if he could walk on water, that would take such an unreasonably long time to walk over the entire Atlantic. I mean, how are you supposed to get there on foot? Can't even swim. Oh my god. Okay, double Vidax coming in now for Mihai. Honestly, the fact that Kingstone's only slightly ahead in res collected feels like this is just a very strong position for our yellow player. Oh, I'm sorry. Power walking makes all the difference. That's what makes it much more reasonable to cross the Atlantic. Hello, Smiley. Well, again, Swordsman, still not something you can reasonably deal with. At the very least, you don't need the Forge Bushes as much if you're already up on your way to Castle Age. Enough you can run over water. Yeah, you just need to go ridiculously fast. Alright, there is a demo raft here, but that gets, like, nothing done. And at the very least, Mihai hasn't gotten his careening or dry dock upgrades yet. And this is still a very tricky spot for Kingstone, and yet he's still doing a reasonable job of defending. But the build numbers are even. Mihai is getting a second TC. Mihai still has fishing ships working. And it just feels like the feudal aggression hasn't really done anything more than put Kingstone in a very awkward position. And now Kingstone's going to try and go on over to Stone, but the first Mangonel is also going to be showing up. And although the Navy is decent for Kingstone, I'm still just not sure where he's actually going in this game. And the villagers are going to come forward to try and knock down the Mangonel. Oh, no. Yeah, no way that's working. Oh! That's a good attack round. I mean, yeah, Happy Castle Age here. Siege Workshop and Monastery trying to be rushed up, but the Feudal Age play has simply not done the trick. It has not knocked down your opponent's economy. Those fishing ships just sailed away and are working at the forward dock. And this is just such a bad spot for Kingstone, who had a really great game number 1, but games 2 and 3 here, he is just looking to get bopped. Oh, man. so many mangonels here. A Navy that is just not really doing a whole lot whatsoever. And even the Navy numbers are increasing for Mihai, and he's got the War Galley upgrade to the not War Galley upgrade. Bop it! What's the cartoon that's like... It's a bop it, but... It's like the guy bops it into a gun and is told to, like, assassinate somebody. That's a classic one. Guys, this is big Sag here for Kingstone. No! Rip. Now 8 villagers behind is our blue player. Continuing to take efficient trades is Mihai. He's on the 2 TCs. Both are working just fine. And Mihai looking to go here to the grand finals against Viper. Oh, but who gets yellow if it's Mihai versus Viper? Does Viper's seniority allow him to get yellow? Because they're both yellow pickers. Because, yeah, Kingstone feels pretty darn cooked here. It's like you had a really nice game number 1, back and forth, but you pull through, and then game number 2 and 3 is just you slipping on a banana peel. Who gets yellow? Yeah. Other person will go for it? That's true. Okay, Kingstone gonna try and get an extra TC up, but he's just so far behind, guys. Another Vil gonna die. And it's not like Mihai's all in by any stretch of the imagination. He's getting his eco upgrades, he's cruising here at home, he probably could use another lumber camp, but other than that, it's all good in the hood. Another Mangonel coming in over here from the east, 3-1. Not too sure why he's making Spearmen, though. Blue has never shown a stable, so why not just make more GN Swordsmen? Repairs will come in over there as needed. And there's a monastery. Oh no, 2 more Vils. Such big Sag moments. I mean, even if you get the one... If you get one Mangonel hit to kill all 3 of these Mangonels, you're still irrevocably far behind as Kingstone. That's how far behind he is. Good in the hood. Oh, no. What are you talking about? I'm totally from the hood. Oh man, poor Kingstone. He is just not having a good time these last couple games. He has 3 Vils on food, man. That Mangonel just gets sniped by the Chien Swordsman, and now this TC is going to be on its way to getting eaten. It's anything that's projectile. But yes, it does work for Mangonels too. Such a weird bonus. Was that the first aura effect in the game? I think it was. Well, TC's getting eaten. Oh, boy. Oh, no. Yeah, that's... If that isn't an impetus for a GG, I don't know what is. Down 0-1, Mihai strikes back really fast to wins games 2 and 3. And that is going to be it for poor Kingstone. He'll have to try again next time as Mihai absolutely crushes his way to victory in the latter 2 games. Castle units behind it? It makes sense if you don't think about it, though. And that means we will have our grand finals here between Mihai and Viper. He had 0 chance. Well, I think Mihai had more than a 0% chance to win this series. The flat buildings mod. Alright, and that means it will be the Grand Finals, and it is only a best of 5, thankfully. And we have updated the stream title. I don't know how long the wait's going to be between this series and the finals. Just a short break. So I imagine it's going to be a short break. One can hope, at least, that this will be a short break. What we will do in the meantime, though, we'll watch Jordan versus Sebastian. For a sudden disaster. Ooh, Jordan's up 1-0. Here, I'll just turn this off. Alright, so Sebastian, red Burmese to the southwest of Ring of Reeds, and Jordan, the blue Spanish, to the northeast. The backometer. Oh, we're so back, guys. If Jordan could be compared to any Chilean AoE 2 player, it would be so back. Because he is just so back. Alright, Doc here at the back for Jordan. He is on his way to Feudal Age, a little bit slower than his counterpart. Looks like Sebastian's going for some super crazy fast castle build. Market Blacksmith indeed is incoming. Bracket Terrorist, yeah, basically. Doing the hunt shorefish trick. Alright, it's Munkin time. Oh, what are you doing, Jordan? I guess that's a successful castle. Oh my goodness, what? Stone walls coming in. Jordan doesn't even have fletching. I mean, he's almost ready for castle number 2. Oh, look at this, guys. Oh, this might be tough to stop. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, well, Jordan's at least able to repair for now. Second castle's in. Oh my goodness, this is getting wild. Oh my goodness. Jordan laughing. Oh, wow, looks like all this stuff. Oh my goodness. That's funny. Jordan is now less back. The backometer is sliding in the other direction, guys. Alright, still no draft or anything like that, so we're just going to keep casting Jordan versus Sebastian until morale improves. Nope, still watch. It's amazing. I keep casting? Again, it is what I do. Casting is the thing that I do. Do you also play or casting? I mean, I don't usually play on stream, although I do still play a decent amount. But I've been doing this for a long time. How long have I been doing this? Yeah, 7.5 years. A little more than 7.5 years. When did I get old? Have I ever traveled to Turkey? Nope. Haven't had the opportunity. I mean, I don't want to do way more traveling, but I need to be making more money or be paid to travel to these places to actually travel more. My full-time job? Yeah, it's been my full-time job since 2020. Funnily enough, I've done almost all of my LAN casting before I was streaming full-time. I did almost all that when I was doing it part-time. Well, I am looking for more permanent employment right now, but this will at least keep me going for the time being. Anyway, they are doing the Civ draft right now, actually, so I'm gonna hop out of this series. Woozy boy! Thank you so much for the sub! Welcome to the Wolf Pack and enjoy the beauty, glory, and majesty of Ornlu, a wolf, and friends. And, yes, it is not... There is no legal way to play AoE 2 for free. Love full-time guys? Again, like... Even if it doesn't pay the bills, I don't regret doing this for this whole era of my life. Until I'm not. Rip. Oh, of course, they're frickin' backwards. Viable? They are viable. Although, actually, since Smiley's here, I did recently apply to a job that would have me going to Taiwan regularly. What was the thing I applied for? The Taiwan US Europe Policy Program is what I applied for. All that random Asia stuff that I do. Alright, so no overlapping civs. Tag Ornlu. I am the most Taiwan AoE of all the gamers. Hey man, I'd take that job. More time. Well, on the MBL, yeah. My job applying standards is that it would need to be at least a reasonable upgrade from what I do right now, which is basically working minimum wage. So it'd have to be good enough to actually sort of launch my career and pay for the cost of me moving out, right? Yeah, I don't think MBL has anything to do with Taiwan anymore. Get you insurance? Well, I already have insurance through Obamacare. Alright, so maps. Viper with Fortified Clearing and Golden Swamp, Mihai with Acclivity and Hollowed Woodlands, and Bedunis is game number 1. Obamacare still a thing? Yep. It sure ain't cheap, though. Trump care? Who knows, man. Yeah, thankfully, because it's a law and not an executive order, it's actually kind of tough to get rid of Obamacare. And although there's a lot of, like, political will among conservatives to get rid of it, people don't actually want to lose their benefits. Yeah, I pay like $170 a month for my healthcare, which isn't that bad if I'm young and healthy, but again, considering I make minimum wage, it's still kind of expensive. And I also have my, like, $330-ish a month I pay for student loans. Just take away Obamacare? Exactly. Wasn't abortion legal? It was at the federal level, or at least you couldn't prosecute anyone for it. And then the Supreme Court overturned it, so now it's at the state level. So depending on what state you live in, it's either legal or illegal. So it's, part of the whole federal system. Student loans are very painful. All right, looks like we are in the lobby here for game number 1. As far as civs go, Gurjaras and Cumans are both going to be solid options for Mihai. Georgians, too. For Viper, I imagine Romans? I mean, Romans are such a good civ on so many of these maps, right? Romans are a great pick on Hollow Woodlands, Acclivity, Golden Swamp. They're not bad on Fortified Clearing, and they're very good on Bedouins as well. Yes, and thanks, Hassan, for tuning in. They could literally start the game at any given second, guys. Who's going to pick yellow? That's the question. Oh, Mihai's on yellow right now. Oh, Mihai seized control. Are you happy with Trump? Unfortunately, I do. But the sad thing is, it's not people who are uneducated. It's like the rich finance type dude bros, frat bros. Yeah, Mihai basically won the video game at this point. Even Fodler. Even Fodler. Anyway, I don't know what they're waiting for. They've been in the lobby for a while now. Yeah. This is what. Alrighty, guys. Let me set up the scoreboard here. All right, guys, welcome everyone to the third finals here for Midweek Madness, or rather the finals of the third edition. And this time it will not be ACCM. We'll have Viper in the red as the show to the east of the map, and to the west in the yellow as the Gurjaras. It will be Mihai. So no ACCM. Both players did win 2-1 in their semifinals, so I mean both players are certainly killable. But we still just have to favor Viper here overall. It's super easy to move anywhere. Well, if you're in the Schengen zone, then yes. Definitely not that hard to move around. War chariots? Yeah, let's see here. Because in general, I still think I like Gurjaras a bit more, especially with a far rush distance on a map where mobility tends to matter a lot. Aim is fluent? Yeah. Yeah. I really wish I had talent for languages. I just don't. Never been good at them. So let's see what the plan is here from Viper. It could be for a War Chariot rush, although that was nerfed. Struggle? It's a real struggle. I took 6 semesters of Korean and I don't know anything, man. So, Mihai just goating it up. Already with 4 there in the mill. The extra forage bushes are also nice. Break up, repeat. Easy clap.
什么？
And parse it? Yeah, there you go. Everyone semester you forgot everything? Yeah, it's rough. But I can't even find love in the first place.
何种命令？
The one girl I was going to go on a date with at the Hinge that I actually matched with canceled on me and I got hit with the, oh, I'm not really in a position to date right now. Forget all, yeah. Poor Ornlu, yeah, poor me.
Namaste.
Very slow going. It's tough. It's really tough. I think it really helps to be constantly exposed to the language, but I'm just not. Position to date? That's happened to me like 3 or 4 times.
Namaste.
Like before the first date, the person's like, I'm not in a position to date.
Huh.
It's a little bit weird. But before you reach that threshold, yeah. Networking? Maybe I really need to improve my networking skills. Into the position to date? Well, this was before we even went on the date. Completely lost interest? That would be fair. That would be pretty reasonable. Except I don't have that on my Hinge profile because I don't want some random person to know who I am and what I do for a living before I actually, you know, trust them enough. Anyway, Tutelage on the way here for Mihai. Definitely going to take things aggressively. And with all of the heavy walling from Viper, honestly, it might just be for the War Chariot stuff. All my biography, I put everything other than my job. Some good connections with people that you can get me a job. Unfortunately, I just haven't. I mean, if anyone knows any good connections for an international affairs major in the DC area. Oh, Viper! Accurate subtitles. Unfortunately, the translations in AoE are very, very bad. Oh, well, that's the thing is that I went to one of the best colleges for building connections in international affairs, like literally in the heart of DC. But because I kind of had an awkward college experience, I didn't really ever build any connections. And so now I'm just kind of stuck because I don't even live in DC anymore. Luck, I guess. Job requirements? I mean, I'm open to jobs anywhere. If it's in my field. It's just most of the jobs happen to be in DC already. Yeah, why is Mihai? I guess, luring elephants and having all of that food tends to make things a bit awkward. Also, Gurjars have a very strong early food eco. Anyway, scouts are on the way. And Viper is going to be going for the fast castle. Now, it doesn't necessarily need to be war chariots, but I kind of have the feeling it will be. Trips to Vegas, yeah.
Namaste.
Oh, it's very reasonable that Mihai will forget Loom for a while. Studies hard? Yeah, but like, what else am I going to be getting a job in?
Okay.
This map is good. It's a classic for a reason. Absolutely nothing wrong with African clearing.
什么？
Well, both scouts and archers are on the way. Against chariots, I would imagine not that. Well, okay, so the chariot fires a bunch of bolts, which will chew through the Shrivamsha shield. But on the other hand, the Shrivamshas will have a really easy time working within the minimum range of the chariot, so I really don't know. Fixed-term contracts? Ah, yeah, that's rough. Why barracks? Yeah, the barracks definitely makes me... Okay, so, well, here's the thing. The barracks could just be for some spearmen to shoo away the scout cavalry. African looks better than Bedouins? I mean, it's like the same map.
准备就绪。
Guys, I'm lost. Okay, Viper's just gonna go for archers with a much slower uptime. But why would Viper just give up on all the map control like this? No matter if they're evil, there you go.
什么？准备就绪，准备就绪。喂？我的命令。
He'd be like my friend who works for a hardcore AI crypto bro Scientologist.
什么？
See, that could be fun. Alright, Blacksmith coming in now from Viper, and at least he is going to be closer to Castle Age. Though he's not there yet. And Mihai still has 20 vills on food, right? I mean, he hasn't had to wall. His eco's been more efficient. That said, overall res collected are still even. Crazy YouTube channel, you bet it is. I'll be seeing him this weekend. Is chill? Well, I mean, if it works for you, then great. And there's Castle Age for Viper. So a little bit of an awkward defense thus far, but he hasn't taken any actual damage. He's working towards Castle Age. You are a good fast castle crossbow civ. Oh, that Bill is gonna not die. Mihai gotten loom yet?
Agya.
Research in loom makes your villagers harder to kill. Oh, no loom yet. Freaking AI. I mean, I could do AI policy. Like, there's certainly nothing that I wouldn't be able to do as far as those sorts of things. Alright, Mihai clicking up as well, so he's not going to be too far behind. Viper really just hanging back here in game number 1. No horse color yet for Mihai, but he isn't farming at all because he's taking from all of these other food sources, and he's still ahead in resources. Still, I mean, Viper's defenses have been good. He is in the quarter of the map here.
准备就绪。
Oh, learning to code? I don't think that would be very helpful in my specific field. Although there are some jobs that are like they want you to already know how to code. But like I feel like I'm not really a good fit for those jobs anyway. Alright, Bowsaw coming in. Yeah, it does it for you? Ah, yeah. Because Mihai is home, it is certainly possible. But Viper's bills are all at home for now. His script for me? Yeah. Your informatics are all armatics and no info? I don't even know what any of that means. Alright, okay, Mihai's got loom. He's getting loom, guys. Yeah, Viper's just sitting on his butt here at home. It's a little bit weird. Very good in the first place. It's not my world, so to say. And Mihai's just adding in 2 extra TCs himself. Honestly, it's kind of fine. Viper just wants to play this very, very passively. Almost 500. Now, I'm not that good at math, but this looks a lot more like 300 to 400. Okay, there's Crossbowman, as Mihai's just trying to find different angles to get a little bit of damage done. Viper's resource, or rather, eco upgrades are pretty good. In Gen AI, yeah. Monastery for Viper. But yeah, Mihai not trying to go super all-in or anything like that. Sees Viper playing passively, knows that, okay, if I just get my own economy down behind this, that with my superior map control and more efficient eco, he's going to be just fine. And he will. Chakrams? I guess Ravamshas, Chakrams, Bombard Cannons are all going to be good. Go Imp. Now, his resources are actually not that far away from Imp, all things considered, but I don't think... I mean, he's just going to be spending it on eco upgrades and trying to build his eco more. I don't think there's any reason to go for a fast Imp here. Otherwise, why go for the extra TCs? Mind-numbing code review and reading? Oh, no. Ah, yes, the G.I. Joe wisdom will never fail. Anyway, Heavy Plow coming in before the first farm is seeded for Mihai. That's a pretty feels-good-man moment. And with the market in, you can even buy the resources for another TC, go up to 4. Gonna leave either way. Well, yeah, that seems to be the case these days. People will just hop from job to job to job. When, one, that's not really something I want to do. But at least in America, considering that's how benefits often work, is that people just want to keep on hiring guys that they won't have to pay that much. It's tough. At least Mihai is taking the Vills off of the gold at this point. His 4th TC indeed is coming in for him. And looks like Viper's trying to sneak around. Invest in workers? Yep. Because that eats into their quarterly profits. FE developer? What is... You mean, do you work for Forgotten Empires? Or FE means something else? Oh yeah, Mihai is not someone who is afraid to go for stone walls. The sheep... I mean, it's very minor at this point. Oh, Viper... Not quite taken the right way. Front end. Ah. On fanfiction to discourage writers? Oh, no. First will die? Oh, no. Yeah, that's rough. In tech? Yeah, it feels like... Because so much of tech is about potential opportunities, right? Like, oh, you could make it big. The startup could make it big. But it might not as well. And it often feels like it's easy to exploit people for... you know, like potential future earnings. Anyway, Crossbowmen aren't doing a whole lot here. Handcart coming in for Viper. It's an insanely passive game, number 1, but Viper is ahead in resources for now. Alright, castle going to be built on the hill here for Viper as well. Way? I don't know why the monk keeps on saying way when Viper is clearly playing as the shoe and not the way. Anyway, the scout cavalry there will be able to see Viper dropping the castle. Not that he's likely going to do a whole heck of a lot about it. And cart now coming in here for yellow and multiple archery ranges. Guys, if Mihai is just planning on 4 TC booming into skirmishers, I will be incredibly underwhelmed. Like, very underwhelmed. Gold shaft mining, I guess, coming in here for Viper. And we could easily see Viper get a faster Imperial Age time. Yeah, Viper is definitely liking the shoe here. Vocation? Yeah. Alright. You got some white feather guards on the way. And at the very least, Shu should be able to field a much cheaper army than Gurjar is. But this still could be just fine here for Viper. So confused the whole length of the Gurjar's campaign? Well, it's a kind of weird civ. They do camels, Shrivamsha riders, and chakrams are their power units. That Ellie? What about this one? Have vibe comps? I mean, it's all about counter units, right? Anyway, Viper's up to Imperial Age faster than his opponent. He could easily have the map control here. I mean, he's going to be ready to drop another castle. Viper's macro is, of course, very solid. The invincible melee civ? What do you mean an invincible melee civ? 200 swordsmen and hussars? Yeah, those are not the units you want. You make a bunch of counter units, and then you use your siege elephants to destroy all the buildings. But Shu are definitely a much more straightforward civ. You know, you get your archers, and then you get your white feather guards or halbs in the front, and then you have your siege behind. Coiled serpent array! As Viper apparently really wants to go for the white feather guards. Only viewer of the game? Why not? You know, I'm out here trying to cast for you guys. I'm doing my best, man. But there really hasn't been a whole lot happening. This castle, I mean, it secures the resources at the north of the map. Guys, Mihai hasn't teched into anything yet. I don't think you want to go Ellie archers here. Not without any good defense upgrades. Very, very passive game. I mean, to be fair, Viper was the first one to do it, and he's like, I'm just going to sit in my base and chill. Get to the Shu late game. What? Jeez. What is the tech called? Tiki torches? Alright, just now the first castle coming in for Mihai. If you look at the actual breakdown of resources, it's more gold and stone, a lot more stone for Viper, with Mihai a little bit ahead in terms of wood and food, but again, like, what are you teching into? First traction trev is going to come out here for Viper. Touch. What is happening? Please tell me he's not just going to go for skirmishers. Oh, no. No, not the mill. Oh my god, he is waiting for shot trios. Third castle coming in here from Viper. He just has all the freaking map control, I guess, except this castle here to the, or town center to the south. An hour left to counterattack. Very true. Yeah, but you don't even get the last armor. You called it here. Yeah, that could very well be the case, as Viper's white feather guard numbers are continuing to climb. 95 HP on these bad boys. Traction trev numbers are climbing. Isn't Mihai just gonna die? What? I mean, Viper's just the one who's actually making an army. I mean, I thought that Shrivamsha Rider plus Chakram would be the combo here, but you can't really do that right now because you're on the back foot. Oh, guys, this castle's gonna go down in like 10 minutes. You gotta be careful. But Viper's gonna hit... Like, in theory, Mihai's 200 population army is gonna be a fair bit better than Viper's 200 population army. But Viper's gonna be spending a lot more time at max pop than his opponent is at this rate. Also, Viper never got a heavy plow. 0 out of 10. Remember, no ring archer armor for Gujaras. Adna! Alright, bombard cannons coming out. And traction traps are so sad. Look at that. Didn't even get the kill. Because remember, traction traps don't get any bonus damage versus things that are not buildings. So you don't even one-shot the bombard cannons. Korea, Ireland, or Cyprus? None of the above. I don't see any of them changing anytime soon. Hand cannons? What? Okay, bolt magazine coming in. No elite white feather guard yet. But the Yelly archers are fully upgraded, at least as far as Gurjaras go, except for frontier guards. Like, Mihai is almost 200 pop. Now, I don't have faith in these elephant archers, but I could be wrong. Bombard cannon's gonna start to go to town. At least you have the extra range with traction traps. And there is the elite white feather guard in, and they are fully upgraded. I don't know, guys, do you feel like for a siege civ, the Shu don't actually have very good siege? I don't know, it feels like... I mean, are they I guess, yeah, they're classified as a siege civ, but it feels like their siege isn't actually all that good. Now, you do have, yeah, extra anti-elephant damage as well. I mean, these guys have like 10 gajillion HP, and they don't cost any gold, so Viper's still probably fine here. Yeah, no frontier guards, which would be a big help. Gold income is looking kind of low, actually, for both players. Liu Bei on the way! Liu Bei on the Liu Wei. And yet the elephant archers are still surviving. Castle under threat. But I mean, Viper did just take that fight without the Arbs helping out whatsoever. Decent bombard cannon hits, but now Liu Bei's in. The Chonk. Why do I... Both of these armies feel so unimpressive, guys. Like, for two players who've just spent all game booming into their death balls, this, it just feels so underwhelming. Castle just getting repaired right back up. Arbs are out here. They're going to be very good at sniping the bombard cannons. Elephants are still taking a lot of damage. Viper only a little bit ahead in the res destroyed, but he still has the greater map control in general. Now he's even going to be pushing here at the south as well. Where's Liu Bei? Oh, there's Liu Bei. Look at all that HP regen that's happening. Guys. Well, obviously, Gurjaras have far, far, far better mobility options than the Shu do. Good bombard cannon control from Mihai, by the way. I mean, we're at 6 traction traps here, so the castle is eventually going to go down. It's taken 23,000 damage already. And Mihai taps out at 183 population. Guys, what was this game? What was this game? I mean, Mihai's army dropped. I mean, he ran out of gold. Viper took almost all the relics. That was so weird. It felt like Mihai maybe needed to stay a bit longer in Castle Age to assure he had map control to prevent any sort of forward castles from happening. In Trivamshas, it really does feel like that. I mean, granted, Gurjaras aren't, like, an amazing post-imp civ either, but... it was just so weird. But still, well done for Viper. He does take game number 1 with the Shu over the Gurjaras, so Mihai's number 1 civ pick there as well. And so we'll have to see what Mihai is going to pick for game number 2. Brutal to fight against? Oh, absolutely. All right, so Fortified Clearing is going to be the next map. I'm going to take a quick break. Be right back. I'm back. Oh boy. Alrighty, kiddos. Game number 2. they're trading yellow. Isn't that cute? Viper's going to be in the yellow this time as the Poles to the north, and to the south in the red as the humans. It will be Mihai. Alright, so if there's any civ that could compete with human eco, it is probably Poles. If Viper goes for a pure boom, and Mihai goes for a pure boom, I do think that it should at least be possible for Poles to come close to matching that. Now, Viper is actually be milling his Mouflon. Oh, no, they're Argali. No, Mouflon and Argali. Oh, boy. Well, let's see what the plan is here for each player, because, of course, these are both Tower Rush civs on top of it. Pistachio ice cream. Oh, I love pistachio ice cream. One of my favorite flavors. I also love coffee ice cream. And another favorite that I just have in my mochi is black sesame ice cream. Love that too. Although my all-time favorite ice cream flavor is chocolate chip cookie dough. That's like my pure luxury ice cream flavor. Although, it's really hard to mess up ice cream, to be fair. Ben & Jerry's, yep. That helped me get through college. All right, Mihai going up on 18 pop, no loom, so definitely a very solid early game for him. And I guess it's gonna be a tower rush. Caramel, I'm just not a big caramel person, though. Double mill, well, full bark. Kind of interesting. And double lumber camp. Okay, it will be a tower rush. Mihai did tower rush in his last series as well. 7-year-old, geez, that's expensive. I mean, it's not cheap in America. It's still like probably $5.50, but it's at least a little bit more manageable. 2 houses. We are not the same. Doll size? Yep, same. But Ben & Jerry's is pretty expensive in general. Roskazania? Anyway, it's tower time, baby. Viper going over to gold now. Enough caramel? I guess not. Not my favorite. Okay, Viper gonna go over to stone, but he already finished the mining camp on the gold mine, which isn't ideal. Nope, because he gathered enough stone to add the second TC immediately. There are different variations of this build. One of them involves an archery range. One involves going for the second TC as quickly as possible. I mean, both are fine. It's just, this has less aggressive potential, but gets your economy going faster. Having the scout already on the other side of the wall is very helpful, though, in any sort of tower rush approach. Cat still here being a bit annoying. Und Rax? What's wrong with his Rax? And imagine he wants to go for scouts or knights, depending on what he needs. The Viper's still pretty far away from Castle Age resources. All this walling here. Meanwhile, he is still way ahead in res collected for now, but of course, over time, that's going to be going much better for Mihai. 22 seconds idle time is honestly not all that bad, everything considered. Although, the food income is kind of rough right now. Yeah, he really needed to send some bills to forage bushes sooner. I mean, again, there's positives and negatives. But without any more stone, this actually becomes much less scary. That said, Viper's still kind of far away from Castle Age resources. And of course, Mihai will see the blacksmith and market on its way. On their way, I guess. And ooh, big play here from Viper. Or I guess, was trying to wall in his opponent, but unsuccessful. Bidax also coming in, so at the very least, guys, Mihai is going to be successful in keeping Viper in the Feudal Age for at least a little while. And that's certainly not without value. Although Mihai kind of screwing up his build a little bit here as he's accruing some idle TC time. And Viper does even manage to get the kill onto Mihai's scout. More Scholar coming in for Mihai. But yeah, there does seem to be something off with this build, because he's really running out of food. Yeah, Viper's going to at least click up pretty soon. And Mihai's only 4 vills ahead right now, and he's still behind by 800 resources. So maybe he overinvested in the forward and didn't invest enough into getting his eco down. Because Viper has defended this. Hasn't really had to invest all that much into it. Pole eco is also insane on top of it. But Pole's honestly might just be one of the better civs against humans in general. I mean, Viper still has a scout at around half HP, which is nice. Abel coming up at the back here for Viper. Not collect. Yeah, I thought he'd be collecting stone behind it. There is, well, Viper himself is a pretty great player. Despite what Fat Dragon his god might say. Anyway, those walls will be complete, but it's still going to be more pressure on Mihai. I mean, again, Viper's eco-efficiency has just been so much higher. The Cuban Ram Rush? Ram Trush. Yeah, I don't know about that. But yeah, without the archers, it really does become so much easier to deal with. And now the tower is even going to get punched down. Oof. Oh, yeah, that's always good advice. Is the Fat Dragon? Well, we'll have to see at the China LAN. Salty? Oh, yes. It was Bolton and Rob Chang were the two saltiest of the salty salts. I mean, at this point, Mihai is going to be catching up here in resources in the near future, but look at this. Viper can just add 2 TCs easy. John Bolton? I mean, I also agree with that. John Bolton, a very conservative foreign policy advisor consultant who was high up in the Bush administration and was high up in the Trump administration. Your seconds in lungs. Oh, that's quite the commitment there. Viper even getting heavy plow, and the pole eco should just be going through the roof. 0 seconds idle time this game from Viper. Mihai clicks up to Castle Age, but now Vipers should be able to basically catch back up in villagers at this stage. Also, Viper's gonna start picking up relics too. Already has the monastery down. Jeez. Viper only invested into 1 additional scout even. Barracks coming in. Up to it. Yep. Yeah, the fact that you still have 9 vills on stone definitely makes me think Kippers. Already? I mean, it was ahead by around 800 resources for Viper. Now it's going to be catching up in favor of Mihai, but then it'll tilt right back up in favor of Viper pretty soon, most likely. Because again, it's 3 TCs making villagers right now to only 1. Oh, I thought it would be castle at home, start making Kipchak for map control, and then forward castle number 2 for Imperial Age. But Mihai is saying, He's trying to sneak. Sneaking, guys. Scouts going around here to the west. And Viper just playing Farm Simulator. Happy Castle Age here to Mihai. Oh no. Oh no. Yes, I don't think he has to. Viper just recognizes it almost instantly. He's immediately come back with the scouts. He's got... What is this castle? What on earth is this castle, guys? Yikes. Big yikes, even, one might even say. Maybe you can still try and think about getting a fast imp behind this, but I don't know. Castle's in. Honestly, you're not too far away from castle number 2. Third TC, what? Would have been worse? Yeah, I mean, this is why going forward with the Vils is so risky in the first place, because you have no army to protect them. Lycav coming in for Viper, Siege Workshop here for Mihai. I guess he could try and go 4 TCs, but he's already so far behind in eco. I mean, this would be a nice win for Viper, sure. Take a couple months off and then immediately win the first little weekly tournament you sign up for. Mangonel coming in. Defensive castle here for Viper. Now, all Viper needs to do is get a faster Imperial Age, which, I mean, he's not super close to Imp right now, so that's not any pure guarantee. Bulls are up booming humans because the humans player went with the tower rush that did nothing. Well, almost nothing. Alright, castle is coming in here. Maybe you can try and follow it up with a Capram push. Honestly, this is a good spot for Mihai. I mean, this isn't, like, amazing for Viper to try and deal with. He has 0 Vils on gold. That was his only gold he was taking. Now, you do have gold on the outside, but you still have to go all the way over to it. Oh yeah, 6 relics is pretty wild. Okay, Schlachta Privileges is coming in. That's going to be a big one. So no Imp for Viper. Going to be treating it more like a pure Castle Age game. We'll have to see how we can do here. I mean, to be fair, most of the relics are in this very forward monastery. Yeah, I'm not too sure what Mihai's doing. His eco balance is very, very bad. 44 on wood is not what you're looking for at this point. And to be fair, a lot of farms are going to be coming in, but even so. Viper's Knight production's going to be climbing here a bunch of stables. Viper's going to be right back on 6 relics here in just a second. Going to get up to 7. Anyway, in come the Kippers. Mihai going to be adding in a 4th town center here. Actually, what is Viper's plan? You're going to make a bunch of knights, but the knights don't really do anything in the immediate. Although I guess you can just walk around and actually, this is still kind of open, right? Yeah, I can probably just go and kill your opponent. Handcart on the way here for Mihai. Hip-Chalk numbers are still very low and are going to be eclipsed by the knight numbers very shortly. Only 1 Mangonel, though. Good sort of re-walling attempt there from Viper. His knights are very well upgraded, just missing Iron Casting. Continuing to pull back relics to a safer monastery. Good attack round there. Petards? I don't know about that. I mean, again, if Viper keeps on making knights, maybe there's a world where Mihai can get Imp first, but I just don't... Actually, no, Viper canceled all of the knights, guys. He wants Imp. Love it. Love it! Or you can just launch a counterattack. Remember, no stone walls for humans. Mihai does click up. But he has 6 Kipchalks. It's like Mihai wants to apply pressure to Viper, but is unwilling to fully commit to it. And now Viper's eco is just ludicrously ahead. The imp time is only a little bit slower. And this is going to be very, very bad for Mihai, who's adding in more stables. I mean, you could try and go for your own heavy cav, but not with so much of a worse economy. Mihai knows what's going on, but it's, you know... Knowing is only going to get you so far. Nice little run around here from the Kipchalks to the eastern side, but there's all sorts of not enough this game for Mihai. Kipchalks still have really poor upgrades as well.
Gotów jestem.
Anyway, any amount of reinforcing knights should be able to drive this away by Viper, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Still 2k more resources collected here for Viper, and he's got the power of Schlachta Privilege Knights. I think it's Paladins, right? He's not making anything else. This isn't getting stopped anytime soon. All you can do is just try and buy time. Again, no stone walls, which would really be the thing you want to keep out the knights. Kipchoks are going to try and run back home. I mean, the eco balance is definitely set up more for Step Lancers than for Knights, but he still has 52 bills on wood, which is way too many, no matter how you cut it. Mihai almost imp. Against Paladin. There are worlds, yes, where Poles will struggle against Paladins. Like I said, they're the only civilization in AoE 2 to not have Halb, not have camels, and not have a bonus to pikemen. Except for Italians, but they don't count because they have Genoese crossbowmen. Then he should have gotten Step Husbandry on the way to Imp at the very least, so he can spam the Step Lancers out and really get those numbers going, which feels like kind of a must at this point. Now there's a 3,000 resources collected difference, and of course in the late game, Pole Eco is just insane. Get 55 food every time you replace a farm. It's like building a military building is the woo, man. A buff? Yep. Crop rotation. Needed a buff. They absolutely needed a late game buff. They were so bad. Now we're killing castles with cavaliers and like a couple trebs. Yikes. Viper will want to pick up Blast Furnace, though. That's always going to be one that's worth picking up. And there it is. Okay. Now we're at 6,000 more resources collected by Viper. Again, Pole late game eco is just insane. Well, hello there, little torch. Oh. It's 50 steppies. I don't know. He's almost at 40, to be fair. What the C8? Which ones? I bring it up from time to time. Now, people say that Step Lancers are uber broken right now. To be fair. I point at? That was a real good fight. Viper gonna switch into HCA behind this. Okay, good quick gates there. Cavaliers still running around. You got Siege Engineers coming in too. Well, it gives you a ranged unit that can keep up with the Cavalier. Step Husbandry. This isn't stack patrol, is it? I think it's just literally how patrol works these days with Step Lancers. Just clumping up like that. Anyway, this still should be good for Viper. If all is fair and just in the world, Viper still easily mops this up. Is bad? Yes, but if you're just patrolling in like this and you're on, you know, regular line formation and an aggressive stance, then that's totally allowed. Bombard tower, let's go! Yeah, this is still going way better for Mihai than I thought it would. And now Blast Furnace is in too. I mean, Viper still has all the map control. He's got 7 relics to 1. I mean, yeah, Step Lancers do feel pretty cracked right now. Maybe they need to increase their collision size so they can't stack up as much. Because this is pretty wild. Wasn't fun. Yep. Okay, Winged Hussar coming in now for Viper. Stack Lancers. Yep. Guys, is Viper gonna lose this game? What the heck? Viper's still ahead by 2,000 score, but his pop is not impressive. Yeah, I mean, Mia's got no castles or anything. Now, the Step Lancer siege ability still is quite non-existent, which is good. But again, this is a game that Mihai should have been dead in a while ago. Counter Step Lancers. If this giant Pole's army doesn't do anything here, then I'm not sure what does. Other than, like, really good camels or halbs, maybe. Oh, jeez. That's an awful fight for Viper. Oh, my God. Yeah, anything that deals trample damage at least should help. Miai's killed 57 Vils. He's still behind by 10,000 resources. I don't know, like, what would make Step Lancers so OP right now that they weren't last patch? Is it just because they stack up so insanely well right now? Wash? I mean, to be fair, that was a bad fight from Viper, but other than that, he still feels like he's been playing better. Also, I love how Poles are now a Cav Archer Hussar Civ. Just like everything in AoE 2. In the east? It doesn't really have one over here to the east. But it's crazy that you're making one unit right now as Mihai, and Viper needs a very well-rounded army to counter this one unit. Civ plus Hussar Civ? I mean, they used to be R plus Hussar, so at least that was a little bit more interesting. Okay, Viper back to being in an okay position. Still has that huge score lead. Gold running low might actually be the kicker for Mihai. I mean, the gold collect is actually fairly even, but Viper's eco still should be significantly better. SOs? Well, I mean, it's so much easier to get to a bunch of Step Lancers than it is to get to Siege Onagers. Legitic Legacy would be a huge one as well for all the units that are getting stacked up on top of each other. I mean, anything that deals area of effect damage would be very good against units that stack up a lot. Viper has 73 on food with poles. That's pretty good. Is the map, like, out of stone, though? No, there's still 3,000 stone left on the map. It's just 2 trebs versus 0 trebs, although soon to be 1. Yeah, step husbandry, son. Yeah, but Viper still can't force an engagement against the castle here. Yeah, both of these civs are the absolute epitome of fun. Isn't this going to be a much better fight for red? Yeah, looks like it, but Viper can afford to replenish all of his units. Although this fight is still really unimpressive. This is like all peak unit stacking right now, guys. Like, nominally that's a very good fight for Mihai, but I think that Viper's eco might be so ludicrously OP that it might not matter anyway. This is just all so crazy. Murder holes. I mean, Viper still has map control. He still has 7 relics. I mean, yeah, Mihai should be pretty dead at this point. Yeah, Mihai is almost entirely out of step lancers, and he has very little gold left. Again, Viper has way more gold. Elite Obu. I mean, I guess they're very good against halves. Stacking Cavards. Is this like one of those situations where the answer to bad pathfinding was just to make everything pass through each other, so we just get these tightly blobbed up units that just kill everything? Exist? Well, Mihai hasn't really been able to spread out his army very much. Anyway, Poles don't usually lose past the 50-minute mark to anything. Especially not to Cumans. Castle gonna go down here. Oh, wait. No, it needs one more hit still. Anyway, Hammer Bros are coming out. Viper actually does need to get Squires. I mean, Mihai's doing a good job of defending this area, but you can see his population is plummeting. Although this Hussar's going to start killing a ton of Vills. That's a lot of trebs, though. Oh, the Obu crates! What are you going to do when the Obu comes for you? Well, that's a good fight for Mihai. Guess that Bombard's gonna slowly work away at those units. More food in the back? Yeah, I mean, Poles are an absolutely silly civ. Get Bomber Tests because they're awesome and Viper should be spamming them like it's Jadwiga 4. That barracks is menacing. It was just standing there menacingly. Although it never actually researched Squires. Oh boy. Again, Mihai's doing an excellent job of buying time, all things considered, but I am so not sold on this for him. KD is now actually evened up Press destroyed in favor of Viper on top of having better resources, and then Mihai's going to tap out. And Viper, one game away from the midweek madness victory. There we go. Yeah, 6,000 more gold for Viper with a Civ that has a way better late game anyway. At least in theory. I mean, those Step Lancers looked pretty stupid. Wait, how do Poles only have one more tech than humans do? That's just bizarre. Well, I mean, the farm buff helps them at all stages of the game, but again, Poles are just, in my opinion, a very, very difficult Civ to balance. And that is the Poles over the Cumans. First two Civs down here for Mihai. And we could have only one more game. That was Viper's #1 home map, so Acclivity or Hollowed Woodlands are going to be much more aggressive. I mean, he honestly probably should have glided through a win, but the Step Lancer stacking was kind of silly. Oh, Finch, interesting. Make the bonus stronger? That seems pretty fine to me. How do you make them stack? You just patrol in these days. Units just seem to naturally stack up a ton these days. You don't need to do anything fancy. No, I don't think Mihai, I don't think Mihai used any stand ground patrol that game. Because maybe he did, but it doesn't look like it. Gitame Mayam, who would have thought? Alright, so Hollow Woodlands is going to be the next one. Do we have Grijaros available? Or are they actually banned for once? Etons weren't banned. Yeah, Viper only banned closed map civs, interestingly. Oh, I hear a Bulgarians jam. Oh, interesting, guys. Viper. Again, they're trading off the yellow color, which I find really cute. Viper's going to be here in the red this game as the Jurchens. And to the east in the yellow as the Bulgarians, it will be Mihai. Oh man, we got two fun civs. Eating Knights? Yeah, that feels like it shouldn't happen. Viewbot? I don't follow any non-AoE Twitch streamer. Except, like, Goltz Dude, kind of. Viper yellow? Viper's yellow in the last game. Mihai gets yellow this game, because he's also a yellow player. So they're trading off the yellow color. But yeah, honestly, these feel like two fair civs. Although, I don't know, maybe Step Lancers are just so broken now that there is no such thing as a fair Step Lancer civ. That said, Bulgarians are going to be a better civ early on. They're certainly more aggressive. Jurchens are going to take a hot second to get going. Castle Age, though, Cav Archer plays decent for both. Cavalry plays decent for both. And then Bulgarians kind of have an infantry option, and Jurchens have a grenadier option. I do think Jurchen should be a little bit better in general, but that's just because Bulgarians are slightly undertuned. But I don't think it's by much. There are certainly routes to victory in this game as Mihai. Food with their bonus? I don't think there's much different in terms of hunt or anything like that. I guess there's a little bit more hunt. Means Cavalier? I mean, it's certainly very possible. The most likely opening with Bulgarians is always going to be Men-at-Arms. It's just what they do so well. But the same thing goes for Romans. The same thing goes for Japanese. But yeah, honestly, these are just going to be two fair civs. Like, the last game was two silly civs, and this game is just two fair civs. It's pretty funny. Revert the Grenadier changes? I don't have an opinion yet as to are Grenadiers OP or not. They still seem to die pretty hard to Cavalry. Look at that zebra not rotting. What Viper did is he took the hunt with the villagers and then built the lumber camp just to get that extra bit of food early on. With Grenadiers, they got triple buffed, right? They were cheaper, got more HP, and more attack. That's a pretty dangerous triple buff right there. In the post-DE era? Yes, there are. You see Romans and Incas, Romans and Gujaras like every other game. Incas are another very good open map civ. Vietnamese are a constant pick. Hindustanis are a constant pick. Khitans, duh. Doi. Georgians. Yep. In fact, most of the best open map civs are non-AOC civs. Oh yeah, definitely Dravidians for sure. Anyway, lo and behold, it's a men-at-arms rush from the Bulgarians. Yeah, I don't really... Ladder win rates I don't really think mean all that much. New Cav Civ is a good open up Civ, yeah, basically. Ladder win rates really are just about how easy a Civ is to play. And how good is their best game plan in doing it over and over again, on Arabia in particular. So I've been saying it constantly. Georgians are just a little bit trickier to play in the early game because they're a bit more focused on mid-game, although their early game is still quite good. But the Mule Cart bonus is one that you actually have to use intentionally. And you have to put down the fortified churches intentionally. Vietnamese, I have no idea why Vietnamese have a low win rate. They're like, not a difficult civ to play. And they do skirmishers and cav archers very well, which are literally the two best units in the metagame. So that one I don't understand, to be honest. And they're picked, again, constantly in tournaments. Anyway, double bit axe coming in now for Mihai. Men-at-arms are right here. Wait, why is Viper going for a galley? What? Wait, what? Your bold order is used optimally? Maybe. Very standard units. Well, that's just how they were designed. AoE 2 is a much more complex game. Especially post-DE civs really rely a lot on regional units for their civ design because we've run out of design space for most of the traditional units. Anyway, a lot of pressure here. No arson in yet. Feel the same to play when they play completely different? I have no idea. I mean, Georgians and Koreans are right next to each other. Like, geographically, and they certainly interacted a lot historically, but I don't think they'd play the same in AoE 2. Anyway, Mihai has definitely made Viper's life a little bit annoying, but I'm not too sold on this. Some unique units up. That's what some people have asked for, but I think that it's good for AoE to have simple civilizations for people to easily pick up, especially the ones that represent the most popular historical civilizations, like Britons and Mongols and Franks and whatnot. Teutons. Is that a stable? Yeah. gonna transition to Scouts plus Archers, because why would you keep making Men-at-Arms? Ever. Anyway, Viper's actually gonna start mining a little bit of stone. But yeah, this galley isn't really doing all that much. And so far, the res collected, it's slightly in favor of Mihai, but nothing that drastic. And more galleys are still on the way for Viper. I think, did he mine 10 gold? Yeah, he did. He mined 10 gold to get exactly 2 galleys. This is so weird. Okay, scale mail armor coming in as well. But Viper's got the faster attacking scouts as Jerchins. Eagle Warriors, I wouldn't be surprised if they had a DLC in the very near future that focused on the American civs. Even when their unique never did so without adding new... Well, again, it's just like... The old civs had the advantage of being the first civs added to the AoE 2, so they got to have some of the most basic bonuses to affect your generic tech tree in a way that felt flavorful and unique because no other civs existed for that bonus. Like, there wasn't a knight civ before Franks. Franks defined what it meant to be a knight civ. Anyway, Viper has cleaned everything up so far, although he's a little bit behind in resources. Village numbers, again, slightly better for Mihai, although Viper actually does Wheelbarrow, but I don't really know if Wheelbarrow is all that worth it right now, as he has no farmers. Tune them down. Yeah, that's honestly what I kind of miss, is it feels like most civs these days are given such a similar tech tree that it doesn't really leave for as much room for bonuses to be a bit more out there. Which is why I wish we had more civs that, like, missed husbandry and bloodlines and bombard cannons and whatnot. Because that's how AoE 1 balanced their civs, and nothing in AoE 2 will ever be as extreme as the AoE 1 bonuses, because we have unique units and unique text to differentiate civs as well. A significant gimmick? I'd say it's a reasonable gimmick. Like, there's nothing I'd say inherently wrong about the Karambit Warrior, other than the fact that they get armor for free. Anyway, the galley is now going to harass the Vills on the forage bushes. And scouts are going to look for a counterattack here. And the fire galley should die pretty fast to the scouts. Only one civ that gets Paladin, SO, Bombard Cannon, and Bombard Tower? I mean, there's only one civ with Paladin with full upgrades. And Siege Onagers with full upgrades. I mean, technically humans have both Paladins and Siege Onagers, but... Yeah, Teutons are the civ that get all the fancy things. Or perhaps I did, but yeah, there's way worse in the game now. I mean, things are just getting really complicated in AoE. Alright, fletching coming in here for Viper. Neither player still remotely close to Castle Age. One of the worst civs and updates. Yeah, there's AoE's a pretty mixed bag these days. Alright, fletching is now in for Viper, but Mihai already has +1/+1. 400 Karambits. I mean, it's pretty funny, right? But obviously it's not actually good. What Viper's doing? Not a whole lot with those units. Archers are harassing those vills as well. I mean, Viper has lost 2 vills here. Mihai is ahead now in the resources, and although Mihai has lost several units along the way, Mihai actually is getting the lead in res destroyed. No, Karambits are still half pop. I'd much rather have a unit that's half a population than a unit that's more than 1 population. I feel like, in my mind, that's less breaking of AoE 2. Not coming in with a second tower yet is Viper. And Viper isn't even close to Castle Age. What? I mean, Mihai's just getting all the upgrades. He's just making units, and Viper isn't making units. Look, it's 38 to 18 units made. Res Collected is still in favor of Mihai, too. Viper's just not doing anything, man. Later, I mean, yeah, that's pretty close. Well, except I don't like Lithuanians. I'd rather keep Sicilians than Lithuanians. Yeah, it's a little weird here. I mean, Viper's just lost all of his army. He was really trying to, I guess, do some pressure with the galleys and get around the back of Mihai's base, but he was just never investing into as many units as his opponent. As Mihai's been making, you know, not constant, but close to constant use of all three of his military buildings. And such. Yeah, but those were pretty minor. I would say that quick walling and the way and like how good people are about doing it in Alcatrazing is way more impactful in AoE 2 than being able to farm scout ever was. Has huge issues? I just think that it makes Lithuanians too swingy. I think that the Aztec and Burgundian, you know, relic team bonuses are good examples of, yeah, you can have bonuses related to relics that are good but not broken. Well, I have no idea. I don't think you can. I think it's just too hard baked into AoE 2. Like, we've already nerfed Palisade Walls so much. And the fact is that it's just that you get them so quickly. It was, but quick walling, one, you couldn't Alcatraz stuff, right? That was never really a thing pre-DE. And it was a lot less consistent because of lag. Quite OP? Well, Aztecs in general were OP. The relic bonus was never specifically OP. Team seemed fast, oh no. Anyway, despite getting a couple of villager kills, Viper still doesn't have one of those army things. Back lag? Easy. Reduce the frame rate so it's only a 20 FPS game again. I think that would be great. Well, the build numbers are even. The eco upgrades are even. And, you know, 8 Spearmen, maybe not the scariest army in the world, especially if Grenadiers can come into the picture. So maybe Viper isn't completely dead yet. A Krepos? Yeah, I mean, Mihai has all these forward bills. And does he have a market? He does. Yeah, just buy 100 stone and you're good to go. And that's exactly what he did. Okay, so Viper's going to come in with his own market, but I don't think you can actually stop this Crep Post. Oh! Oh, Viper saying GH! Toxic. Guys, why is Viper so freaking toxic? Maybe he's been practicing with ACCM too much. Oh, God. Yeah, honestly, I don't think Viper necessarily had the best approach to that game. Going for the dock early on, spending a lot of his early resources on those, and then he never really just got to the army numbers of Mihai. His grumpy old man phase, we knew it was coming. It was only a matter of time. But still, well done and well won for Mihai. He does take his home map. And if I can find the Civ draft, here we are. That is the last pick Jurchens losing to the second to last pick Bulgarians. At least those weren't two silly civs, right? Alright, so we'll have to see what the next map is. At least because it's past his bedtime. It's always possible. So it's either Acclivity or Golden Swamp. This feels pretty straightforward that it's Georgians, Ketons on Acclivity, and Mu Armenians on Golden Swamp. I guess you could go Romans and not Ketons as Viper, but I feel like Ketons are still probably more well-rounded. What a game! Was supposed to be Woo! Wow! Viper! Viper. Accidentally picking Viking. Yep, Viper, he's donezo's, guys. Yeah, the Book of Nilly is irrelevant because this isn't a Microsoft tournament. Live with Gen Swordsman or Traction Trebs. The devs will never give something for multiplayer, ranked multiplayer, and then take it away. Once they made the decision to add the Three Kingdom civs to multiplayer, it's basically final. I don't think it will ever be taken away. I think that's super unrealistic. I think people are annoyed about it because there wasn't like this whole time where people might be able to give feedback about, okay, these are the things you want in the game. But yeah, the time for making that feedback was in the the closed door office meetings with the higher ups at World's Edge. Yeah, you can't just take stuff away from players like that. That would make people very angry, and justifiably so. I mean, like, would I be happy if they got rid of the Three Kingdom civs from multiplayer? Yeah, I would, but a lot of people would be like, hey, I bought this DLC so that I could play these Three Kingdom civs in ranked, and now you take that away from me, and you're, you know, you make me want a refund for my game. I think that, yeah, I mean, there are people who like the Three Kingdom civs, and because they bought the DLC with that in mind, they, you know, deserve it. People complain. Exactly. And Romans are literally one of the most popular civs. Oh, maybe he let me hype? Guys, I have no idea. You're right, it was on Golden Swamp, and Viper picked Vikings, which wasn't one of the civs he had. So I have no idea what's going on. Jurchens, Ketons, and Tonga? Well, I mean, again, there was a conversation at some point between people high up at Microsoft who thought that a DLC about the Three Kingdoms would be more interesting and popular than a DLC about the non-Han Chinese. And although I don't agree with it, it's a conversation that was had. I wasn't able to make a convincing argument to the contrary because I wasn't involved in it. Khitan language? I don't know. There definitely aren't any Khitan speakers today. However, the closest approximation to a Jurchen language would just be modern-day Manchu, which does have speakers. And I do think that it is pretty silly that the Jurchens speak modern Mandarin. The devs to address it? I don't think that would ever happen. Anyway, Loom coming in for Viper, just going to go 18 pop, nothing too crazy there. And Mihai with a very early barrack, so he is going to be going for Men-at-Arms by the looks of things. No Loom. Because he was red. No, Viper 1 game number 1 is red. But yes, they switched back. Anyway, Militia are queued on up, and Mihai's going to look to get some damage done. I also kind of like opening Men-at-Arms against Khitans because if you can force them into like an archer-based opening, it means they're not putting down as many pastures, and that always feels really nice. The DLC is very low effort. I don't know if it's low effort. I mean, they put a lot of effort into like the voice lines of the campaigns, the different outcomes you could get in the campaigns. Now, was there as much effort put into this DLC compared to Chronicles? Probably not. But I also think Chronicles, there's a reason that we're not going to be getting any more after this next one. Yeah, if anything, I would say it's a misallocation of time and resources as opposed to not having enough. For instance, I don't think this DLC had any less effort put into it than most of the other DLCs in the game. I mean, we've never had a new architecture set post-DE, right? Yeah, it was a little bit sloppy. Archery range is incoming. And Viper is still opening scouts even with the Men-at-Arms incoming, and that is not good for Mihai. The fact that you can still just go scouts here, no problem. Viper has his double bit axe upgrade. Getting a save for ranked? Yes, I do. I don't think we will ever have another DLC that does not have ranked multiplayer civs. Oh, whoa, 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 back up the truck, guys. Mihai's getting in here. Ooh, Viper, a little bit of the S word himself, and he will lose a villager right there. Koreans, again, I think that my personal tinfoil hat is that the DLC was originally going to be Tonguts and Jurchens, with campaigns for Chinese, Koreans, Jurchens, and Tonguts. And then at some point, when they were developing Tonguts and Jurchens, Microsoft said, I think that a DLC about the Three Kingdoms would be a lot better. And so they had to pivot. And I think that Tonguts became Khitans because somebody at Microsoft realized that the Tonguts were related to the Tibetans. I think that's honestly pretty likely. Honestly, not a bad fight for Viper, all things considered. I mean, it does have more idle time, but Forging is now in. The scout numbers are slowly climbing. Pitfall, I actually think it's pretty reasonable. '19th century unique unit? Yep. But people don't really know much about Mali in the first place. I think it's far more likely that Microsoft self-censored rather than that, you know, the Chinese government came in and said, no, 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 no. I just think that Microsoft wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. So I'm sure from the very beginning, when Microsoft said, okay, let's do a DLC about, or I guess World's Edge, but let's do a DLC about China, probably the first thing they said is, don't do anything that would limit the game's availability in China. No, the DE, yeah, that'd basically be the only case. Anyway, fletching about to be in here for Viper. Sherm's going to be able to start shooing away the enemy archers, and honestly, pretty reasonable situation here for both players. Mihai's getting himself walled up, Viper's still much more open, but Viper's getting those pastures down. Well, both players with a lot of idle TC, frankly, but both players also had their ecos mess up. But honestly, Viper also coming in here, he's got that forging upgrade, and that's a nice kill right there. Does lose, if he loses the second scout, maybe it's not worth it, but nice, still got that one alive. Historical fictional settings not connected to today's world. Based on what I know about the Chinese government and censorship, it wouldn't be an issue if they, like, it likely wouldn't be banned if you saw Tibet represented in a purely medieval setting that has no connections to modern day AoE 2. But I also think that Microsoft would never want to risk it, right? It's like, why risk it?
Get you ours.
But yes, the Chinese government is incredibly touchy with how you other people represent their history. Especially when it comes to Western peoples. Another pasture coming in for Viper. His food income is looking quite nice, but this is still a lot of food investment. Jurchen's Ketons Tongats. Oh, again, I don't think... I think Tibet would be a little bit iffy, but I'm sure the Tongats would have been just fine. Again, I think it's far more likely that they were originally Tongats, and then somebody at Microsoft at World's Edge learned that the Tongats were related to the Tibetans, and it gets back to the don't do anything that could possibly, even in theory, make this game, or make this expansion not sellable in China. The 20th, yeah, if it's 20th century Tibet being independent, then that would make China very unhappy. If it's pre-Qing dynasty, they probably wouldn't care. World War II sim? Yeah, that would not make China happy. That's RIP, yep. Yeah, I mean, likely it would cause the entire, all of AoE 2 to be banned. Can't defuse them. Aw, the conspiracy theories, guys. Anyway, almost up to Castle Age here is Mihai, and yes, he is almost certainly going for... I was going to say almost certainly going for Georgian Cav Archers, but he doesn't have He doesn't have another archery range. Hmm. Castle Age coming in for Viper. Obviously quite far behind, though. Loophole. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's banned in China that they don't really care about enforcing that much, so long as you're not all extra about it. But I'm sure it would make the lives of people like Mr. Yo and Vivi very difficult if they wanted to stream the game if it was banned in China. Alright, Fortified Church coming in. So I guess it's just going to be Knight plus Crossbow for Mihai. Considering that Viper is still in an awkward spot defensively, this isn't a bad idea at all. At the very least, you can actually start taking down those pastures. Wait, how did a crossbowman get over there? Oh, there is a hole. I realize there's an overchop. Well, Viper's still making his way to Castle Age. He is nicely ahead in resources at this point, although with the fortified churches starting to come in, that'll be better for Georgians. How did they play in AOC? The civs from the... What do you mean? We played on Voobly, which was modded with the Bololo Kingdoms mod to give the HD civs in Voobly. Because it's literally just Yo. I think that's quite fair. So, second TC still coming in first for Mihai, but that Keaton's eco is very, very strong for Viper. Though Mihai looking to catch up in resources because the fortified church is so good. Versus Crossbowman because Yellow's making knights, and camels are good against knights. So the camels are countering the knights, and the skirms are countering the crossbowmen, although that is a more difficult army composition to work than the other way around. Anyway, market coming up at the back for Viper, and honestly, guys, Mihai gonna be cruising to a second TC. Viper's eco is a lot more awkward. And this is still a bit uncomfortable here for our red player. That said, skirms are gonna start to work against the enemy crossbowmen. At least have +1 defense. Yeah, Mihai's definitely making this much more competitive. Voice lines or campaigns? I also wish that. But the DLC also added 5 civilizations, which hasn't been done by any DLC since AOC. So I don't think we can say that they actually had less work done. I don't think there was less dev time or resources spent into the DLC. I think it was just, again, all allocated towards the Three Kingdoms stuff. War and genocide? Uh-oh. 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 Panic! Panic! Okay, it's just capture age. It's just a capture age issue, guys. Hold on. Israel-Palestine AoE 3. Yeah, that's why I don't think they would ever do a anything close to a modern AoE. There would be way too many geopolitical minefields that you'd step on. The civs? I mean, I think that it's like, if you're going to add something to AoE 2, you might do it right. You might as well do it right. And I do think that it's true that a lot of people hold AoE 2 sacred in terms of, okay, let's only add something to the game if it's going to be something that we would consider in line of what AoE 2 should be about. I mean, technically AoE 3 is basically 1600 to 1900. Maybe 1500 to 1900. The 1500s are kind of the gray area between AoE 2 and AoE 3. Anyway, 3 TCs here for Mihai. I like his position. Viper is still ahead in resources, but it feels like the longer this game goes on, the better it's going to be for Georgians. All the others, Murica! To be fair, we do have a USA Civ in AoE 3. Is your country some fake names? Yeah. And kind of interestingly, the game is once again turning to be much more passive. Viper's getting his eco upgrades, going to be a couple bills that go down there, so nice move for Mihai, but he's not really investing into ballistics. No, Viper is going with his own counterattack here, and that's causing Mihai a lot more idle TC time. And there's actually ballistics coming in for Viper as well. Chronicles? I mean, with Chronicles being separate from the rest of the game, I don't find it offensive. But what I do find really weird is that you could literally do the same exact concept with medieval-style civs, and it would be making a lot more sense. It would also be significantly cheaper to do so because you wouldn't have to reskin literally everything. But again, I feel like most AoE 2 expansions now are going to focus on the most famous pop history events. Alright, another fortified church coming in for Mihai. Base is pretty compact. It's just kind of weird. And I don't like that the Chronicle civs are literally listed alongside the regular civs. I think that's just confusing for people. Well, Viper's been ahead in eco this whole time. Populations are still even, though, and Viper's actually going to be the one switching into Cav Archers. Of course, Churchins, wrong civ. Keaton's going to be able to get heavy Cav Archer here in Castle Age. Is optimal for 2D RTA. I think it's just that AoE 2 has the significantly larger player base than AoE 1. Fourth TC now coming in here from Herr Viper. And the Knights are going to try and charge in and kill the Skirmishers, and the Camels are kind of out of position, and there's only 5 Camels anyway. It's not like there's a ton. Gondor and Mordor? I mean, only if we can get Grond. I think that if they add Grond, I would be totally okay with a Mordor civ. Because then we could say, Grond! 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 Yeah, great fight there from Mihai. Gonna clean up all those units. And these crossbowmen still represent a very real threat to the low numbers of Cav Archers. And HCA is a lot harder to afford with the Ketons when their eco isn't completely busted. A C-tram replacement. But it's like gigantic. It's like the size of a building. It just has a movement speed of 0.1. It just like slowly trundles across the map. Eric's and Urukai. Anyway, Mihai does have 3 relics to 2. And this would be a very good castle for Viper if he can get it up. Still, they are only Castle Age Cav Archers for now. No Thumb Ringing yet either. Alright, Ballistics is on its way for Mihai, but that isn't here yet. Viper is able to take a bit of a fight here on the high ground as well, but Mihai might just have too many units here. It's just a good, solid Knight plus Crossbowman play as the Expos are coming in here to snipe all of these units, and guys, Viper might just be dead. A little overzealous trying to get that castle forward. Viper trying to get the castle in a forward position before he properly made his HCA switch. And now this is looking way better for Mihai, whose eco, although he's behind in overall resources, hasn't been mining any stone. There's the HCA upgrade coming in, and yeah, that's going to be super good once you get the upgrade. But so far, very, very good engagement here for our yellow player Mihai to keep his hopes alive. Still, Castle Age HCA are very strong. Remember, the accuracy is actually increased with heavy cav archers up to 80, I think. Yeah, 80. I'm going to start to go after the Castle Foundation. Viper obviously does not want to give that up if at all possible. And now there's going to be another fight, and these HCA are going to represent a much scarier unit. Still, very good micro here from Mihai. The Step Lancers are coming in as well. They're completely switching up his army composition here. Again, utilizing the fact that Ketons have a very good tech tree and being able to go for infantry, archers, and cavalry all very effectively, including trash units. And Viper is going to complete the castle. Not in the manner that he initially hoped for, but he's still going to be able to get her done. No, there was never really... I mean, there were tournaments in HD. Like, those were the escape gaming tournaments. But a lot of the pro players just never switched over to HD. The UU is called the Liao Dao, which is going to be okay-ish against Knights, but you'd... if you're Viper here, I think you keep up with CA plus some sort of melee cav meat shield. Yeah, Mihai not bothering to be on stone. He wants Imperial Age, but now Viper going to be out here doing some big ol' raids. And Mihai's been the one killing all the vills this game so far, but Viper is now the one with the map control. And I do think it's a little concerning for Mihai that you're playing Georgians without any stone. That just doesn't feel very exciting. They're a very stone-reliant civ. Mihai do an imp. It starts with an S. Oh. It's the other unit you're allowed to make an AoE. Cav Archers! Pog. P-O-G. No bombard cannons for Georgians, indeed. Viper clicks up too. I mean, he is behind, but a little less than a minute. And still no thumb ring. And it's going to be stables coming in as well, so Viper could be making a switch over into the Step Lancers, but Step Lancers are going to be kind of vulnerable to Cav Archers in all honesty. Especially before Ordo Cav comes in to give them their healing. But again, Ordo Cav is kind of expensive, 600 to 300 gold. Viper is still continuing with his CA production, because Georgians are an HCA plus light cav civ, Ketons are an HCA plus light cav civ, every civ is an HCA plus light cav civ. The Georgian civ bonus? It's a little bit different. The Georgians is just a flat HP regeneration bonus, whereas Ordo Cavalry is more like a light lifesteal type mechanic. It's not actually lifesteal, but it's kind of close to it. Healing her full armor and thumb ring? I would imagine that Ketons are still better. Mounted plumed archers? Nope, the closest I can give you are plumed archers that fire horses. Anyway, chemistry coming in as well, and honestly, Mihai can afford HCA. Lacking a castle is still an issue, though. A little bit of light cav raiding happening as well. Even a TC over here to the far east of the map from Viper, as we're going to be getting into another big late-game slugfest. Okay, he's gonna just slightly replace the castle over there. Mihai not shirking his fortified churches, which are littering his base. HCA coming in, Parthian TikToks. And there is Ordo Cav coming in for Viper, so that's gonna be really nice. Yes, Georgians are definitely more of the late game Civ. Viper, though, has all the map control. Also, Viper is just a better late game player. Tactics, indeed. And Viper himself is getting Parthian TikToks. Tic-tacs? It's both. It's whatever silly name you want. Remember, though, Ordo Cavalry does not affect Cav Archers, because that would be silly. Thumbring coming in for him as well, and populations are still at least relatively even, as are the scores. Viper getting Ring Archer Armor 2. Much better late game, but Khitan CA is better. Again, I think that Khitan CA are still better than Georgian Cav Archers because it's both Thumbring and the last armor upgrade. But I guess there is also the HP regeneration to consider for Georgians. Still, the Georgian, like, if you get to Monospas, that still feels like the best option overall between any of the units these guys can make. Anyway, Mihai still has the army numbers advantage at this point. And right now, he's continuing to apply pressure. Scores are still very close. Mihai has, in fact, a lot more army, and right now Viper has very few gold units, whereas Mihai's developed 34 CA. Of course, high ground is going to be a big difference maker. Got 2 trebs at the moment, though, but the light cav are running in. The light cav are running in. The light cav are... There we go! No, that's because they were on stand ground. Oh, that's not a dilly moment. They clearly weren't even trying to path there, it's just stand ground. Alright. I don't know who wins between Georgian Hussars and Khitan Hussars. It's, I think, a pretty valid question. If you were never unwashed. Alright, Hussar coming in here for Viper as well. Siege Engineers for Mihai. He's got his own Trebuchet production going. This castle will be in a very good spot. Is Mihai going to be able to take down Viper in the late game and bring us to Golden Swamp for a final game number 5? I mean, that castle's going down. I don't think there's any way you can save it if you're Viper. The Bills are coming in to repair. It's always a million moment? Well, that might also be true. Viper's army is quite scattered. Populations are still comparative. Or comparable. Still, the CA numbers 10 more right now for Mihai. Another castle coming up here at the back. And it does feel like Mihai's in a position really soon where he could just switch into some Monospa. Which, again, feel way better than anything that Viper could make. Anyway, castle down! Viper trying to charge in over here with his army. He has a few more villagers, but not by that much. And now it's going to be the trebuchets of yellow that are in trouble. Ordo Cav is a very good upgrade. And yet it's not quite enough. Viper still has the faster training Hussars as reinforcements, though, which is really nice. Viper even has the score lead right now. He's still, I would say nominally, still has map control. Although it's quite close, he's still ahead in resources. Oh, did he? Oh, that's funny. Alright, a few CA gonna go down over there. Oh, Viper's done a very good job of spreading out, and again, he still has the map control. It's not a wood game anytime soon, but in the event it does become a wood game, Viper's going to have a big advantage in it. And now the mounted trebs can come in as well, which are going to be pretty darn nice at nuking the cav archers and the trebuchets. Yeah, 3 castles is easily enough to switch into Monaspa, and I'd honestly love to see that. You already have all the upgrades anyway, except for Elite. Also, I don't think you ever got Asnori Cavalry. No, I didn't. First Treb is sieging on up. Viper, unfortunately for him, never did get Siege Engineers, which would be nice for him. Still streaming? I mean, it's been 5.5 hours. It's not that long. Alright, here comes Mihai's Hussar. Is going to go after the Trebuchets. Oh, raiding Georgian's late game is just such a nightmare. But look at this, guys. Mounted Treb's going to be doing work. Oh, looks like there was one snipe. Uh-oh. Mihai loses another Treb. I'm telling you guys, these mounted Trebs are not bad. Look at that. Easy snipes. And now Mihai's starting to lose even more units. Viper's second castle's at least safe. So there's one random cav archer over there. Mihai has re-secured this sort of southeastern spot, which does give him an angle to start raiding and attacking Viper from this direction. And I do like Ketons. I think that Ketons, you know, they're not that many changes away from being a really cool civ. Oh. They should be good against buildings. Yeah, they're pretty exclusively anti-unit. All right, another fight unfolding over here. And the Hussars are coming in. And Mihai simply has a larger army at this point. 23 cav archers to 40. 4-0. Nice snipes here from Mihai onto the trebuchets, and he is going to be taking a pretty darn decent fight here. He's got his own trebs coming in. Bill's here to repair as well. Is Viper going to be able to make this work? He's making mostly trash units. Mihai made a couple of Monaspa. I'd love to see him make more. Viper's also looking to come in for a counterattack with his Hussars, but without any mounted trebs on the field, it's going to be very difficult to snipe the enemy trebuchets, which are behind this little tree line. It started out kind of clunky, but now this is getting to be a really good game number 4. And yeah, Viper's going to lose that castle. Don't think you can save it. Only around 2k gold stone left on the map. And Mihai, he's losing vills, though, is the thing. He's replacing it with military, which is giving him a nice, large, scary army. But is that going to be enough to sustain him, as Viper's queue over time will be looking quite significantly better? Oh, that mounted treb's also in the middle of nowhere. And Mihai's done such a good job of sniping the enemy siege. Squire's coming in. Remember, you do not have Halbs as Ketons. They are not designed to be a post-temp civ. Although you do have options, right? But not traditional power play. Oh, this could be a bit more awkward, though, for Mihai. His army isn't all in place. He's got a lot of Hussars, but they're not here. Asnori Cavalry would be nice to pick up as well, but his resources are really stretched. No idea who wins between Georgian and Keton Hussars. I guess the Georgian ones do. Gold is left? There's still 13.5k gold. Again, I really would feel a lot better for Mihai if he made a switch over into the Monaspa. They're still such an insane unit. And they wait castle here for yellow coming in at the middle of the map. Unfortunately, this isn't really a spawn tower situation, and fire lancers are on the way. Oh boy. Ordocav was gotten in early Imperial Age. Viper got it pretty fast. I think he also has lamellar armor. No, he does not have lamellar armor. Not that he's had anything that's really been affected by it all that much anyway. Viper's still missing most of his defense upgrades here as well, and Mihai is simply the one with the larger and scarier army. He's still raiding at the back of Viper's base. Well, I mean, you need to get Elite Fire Lancer. They just have an Imperial Age upgrade. Ordocav is... It's not lifesteal, but it's kind of lifesteal. You regenerate HP when attacking enemies. It's based on your overall HP. I think it's 8% of your HP a second when fighting enemies. Alright, that mounted treb's gonna go down right there. Or Fire Lancer is gonna be brought to bear, but again, they don't have all their upgrades yet. They still just have that one final upgrade to get here, and Viper's gonna lose another castle. And we'll put him in on only 2. And obviously the Fire Lancers are gonna be sad units without the last armor upgrade. Go figure. And Viper's honestly been losing a lot of these mounted trebs, which aren't cheap. The thing is, neither are the Fire Lancers. They're so expensive on the gold. Per minute? Yeah, but it's only for, like, a couple seconds. Just insane. Apparently, it was a very real thing. Anyway, 112 kills on this Cav Archer blob. There just isn't anything here to challenge them. And Viper's the one whose population is dropping like a rock. Look at this KD in favor of Mihai. Viper's way ahead in resources destroyed, and he's ahead in resources collected somehow. But Mihai's the one who's pushing right here. These raids have never truly been stopped. Viper's lost 133 villagers. Fire Lancers are trying to Fire Lance away. And guys, Mihai wants to bring this to a game number 5. Oh boy, Viper looks a little broken right now. No Manaspa, no problem. Clearly the superior Cav Archer plus Hussar Civ. And again, the fact that you have Halbs as Georgians is also so huge. And remember, guys, game number 5 would be on Golden Swamp, which can also have a lot of really good games on it. Alright, I mean, look at this, guys. These are Fire Lancers charging up a hill into Cav Archers. Oh, no, they're just not at all doing enough here. Again, the Fire Lancers were very real. Uphill versus Georgians, yeah, even better. And guys, Viper is looking pretty darn dead. GG is called. Viper simply not able to take efficient enough fights. The Khitan late game is certainly one of their weaknesses, and Mihai gonna try and reverse sweep Viper here in the Midweek Madness Finals. Oh yeah, I guess the KD is kind of broken because Cap Trade decided to crash a little way through. Yeah, really, really solid performance there as the game went on for Mihai, though. All right, we are all tied up. Hope you guys have been enjoying it. Oh boy, now I have to redo this. So Cumans lost, and Bulgarians won. Georgians won. Jara's lost. Shu won. Khitan's lost. Urchins lost. Poles won. So it should be Wu Armenians here at the end. And Mihai did win Acclivity. So far, everybody has won their home maps. Then it got good. Yep, and that's okay. Sometimes it's necessary to get a good end game to have a really boring mid game. Viper, it's possible. It happens. I mean, fortified clearing was a pretty big stomp. Yeah, hope you guys are having fun. Again, all credit here to Daniela and Robo for hosting this event. It's been a lot of fun. Anyway, I'll be right back, guys. All right. Last game, indeed, it will be the Wu versus the Armenians. We'll have Viper in the red as the Wu to the west. And to the east, in the yellow, as the Armenians, it will be Mihai. Ooh, Mihai got yellow 2 games in a row. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What are we gonna do? So, Golden Swamp. Ooh, Viper's already over here. Both Rhinos happen to be forward. That's never too fun. As far as civs go, I mean, I think they're both fine. They're both good hybrid map civs. Don't think we can really give a noticeable advantage to one or the other. And it's actually going to be kind of a forward dock here from me, or sorry, from Viper. He could have lamed it, and his scout was still hanging around, but because Mihai's own scout was here, or because Viper's own scout was here, freaking color swappers, Mihai fought against it. Anyway, fishing ship is coming in for Viper, fishing ship is coming in for Mihai, similar enough timings. So let's see how things are gonna go. 8 water buffalo here for Viper, and 6 for... oh my goodness, guys. 8 water buffalo left for Mihai, 6 for Viper. And both of these civs are certainly ones that are very happy to go for men-at-arm rushes, which we have seen on this map a little bit recently. We'll have to see if either of these guys want to go for that. I don't think tuna live in shallow ponds like this, but I don't know much about fish. I tend to think of tuna as large, deep water fish, but you know, I could be wrong. All right, Loom coming in for Viper. Loom coming in for Mihai. I know. And there's the barracks. So Mihai's done a lot of men-at-arm rushing here, but there's the barracks for Viper as well. Mihai's clicking up a little bit faster, though. One fewer villager. Tuna live in sandwiches? That's fair. And just a little bit of a love tap there with the scout cavalry. And that bill's coming forward. Yes, tuna are saltwater fish. Perch are freshwater fish. And salmon are both, kind of. Salmon are salty fresh fish. Alright. Although they're not necessarily saltwater fish, right? Because we have salmon, we have tons of salmon in Lake Michigan. It's not like they go all the way to the ocean. Anyway, even a spearman queued up here for Mihai. Alrighty. Men-at-arm upgrade incoming here for Mihai. Viper will likely pick that up in just a moment. Oh, does get the kill on the enemy scout. Does Mihai. Gonna be able to pull right back. And double Vidax Men-at-arms both coming in for Viper. And Mihai is still able to get the double Vidax upgrade as well. But he is not able to afford the Men-at-arm upgrade. Were they brought there? That is an excellent question that I do not know the answer to. But clearly, salmon can at least exist in freshwater for their entire lives. All right, there we go. Men-at-arms are going to immediately get the kill, but the scout actually has some really nice micro from Mihai. And look at this, guys. Because Viper lost his scout, looks like this little guy able to make a bit of a difference, but then Viper gets the kill, and yet these are two full HP militia. So Mihai is able to take a good fight with less investment. And then get eaten by bears, that definitely is the case. But that's more of like a Pacific Northwest thing. Because that's where you have the freshwater and the saltwater close together. I'm nearby freshwater, but very far away from saltwater. Woman at legs. Anyway, Viper did add in an extra men-at-arm. He does have the HP regeneration on these guys, remember? And it is going to be galleys being produced for Mihai, so you're going to try and leverage that Armenian bonus. But both galleys and fire galleys can kind of work on this map, which I actually like. Well, I mean, you can garrison them anyway, but yes, they regenerate HP on top of it. And yes, even when garrisoned, they also still regenerate HP. And look at this, guys. Mihai going to be taking some nice fights here. He's going to be on 5 galleys in just a moment to 2 fire galleys. Good micro here on top of it. And Mihai looking to be in a very nice position here in this game number 5. Looking to reverse sweep Viper. There's a forward range coming in from Viper. Archers regen. Shoe archers with Liu Bei hanging around. In the invasive alewives. Oh, but the alewives are such an intrinsic part of the Lake Michigan experience. They all wash up on the shore with tons of them dead. Well, I mean, this is one way to learn about the forward. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, range is spotted. So we're not going to have a situation like one of the previous sets. I think that was Viper versus ACCM. I just realized this. Today has gone to every single possible game. 2 3-game sets and 1 5-game sets. To destroy the ecosystem build. It's a time-honored build among people all throughout history. Anyway, 1 vill is going to go down there for Mihai, so good move there for Viper. And yet the defensive tower and these quick walls are going to be in to at least mitigate any further losses. For the time being, Mihai is taking good fights on the water, but both players still have 2 fishing ships working, at least for now. But look at this guy's Viper with a great eco optimization, even with the forwarding stuff, and he will be the first one to click up to the Castle Age. Yeah, look at Viper, way more efficient eco overall. But especially being ahead in that food collected seems like a big deal. Mihai really trying to scramble to get those walls down, where Viper not really doing that as much. That said, Mihai will at least eventually snipe these fishing ships, although he would definitely wish he could do that sooner. Civ has a better late game. Always give it to the Civ that isn't the Three Kingdoms Civ. Oh, Viper doesn't have the building there. That's a little awkward, but he'll click up in just a second. I would say Armenians have the better late game, but it's not very close, especially on water. All right, Men-at-Arms coming on in. Currently, Mihai able to surround his opponent's navy with the galleys. And here's the thing. The villager, although damaged, or injured, I guess, is still alive. So she could build a siege workshop in the not-too-distant future. Mihai is going to be pretty darn hard put to it to not die here. Market's coming in for him, but he still isn't quite ready to click up just yet. The Men-at-Arms actually provide some very nice anti-building bonus damage, and this is a tough spot for Mihai, who's overall played very well when it comes to the engagements. He's got water control, but Viper is continuing to make his opponent's life miserable. Galleys are not all grouped together. Viper trying to spread out the fire galleys as best he can. Oh, and look, there's another Vill is going to end up biting the dust. Ooh. Uh-oh. Another defensive watchtower is coming in. Mihai does have quite a few Vills on stone at this point. But yeah, having these Men-at-Arms still hanging around, and Viper invested more into them, remember. He's been doing so much to throw off Mihai's economy. And with this Castle Age difference, I mean, yeah, Mihai's won water, but how much does it really matter if you're not fishing all that much from it? Much later, because Mihai's been getting attacked basically the entire game, and Viper hasn't been attacked once. Well, at least not on land. Yeah, look, this war galley coming in. There are some Tian swordsmen being built at home, although that's not doing too much. And look at this! Siege Workshop coming in from a different angle entirely. Interesting decision. So Viper's going to go for a multi-pronged attack here. Mihai still taking the best fights he can until War Galley is in. An extra attack for Armenians is very helpful, of course. Crossbowman coming in as well. And there is the fire ship. Still, Mihai's going to kill everything. 4 units just being a little bit annoying. And Mangonel #1 is on the way here for the Viper. Again, almost 1,000 resources ahead. Looking pretty tough for our up-and-coming Romanian hero. As these Gen Swordsmen plus the Mangonel are going to start to do a number here on the base of Mihai, as Viper just taking no prisoners. It's the exact opposite of how he's been playing most of the series. Viper just going to town. Mihai gonna start losing Vills. The Gen Swordsmen are in. Oh no. As Mihai having to focus on several different fronts at once, and just, I think, water control heavily overinvested into for Mihai. They're trying to rush up a fortified church, but you're already suffering so many losses right now here as our yellow player. The Garrison spot? Yeah, that happens. Well, to be fair, a knight would do the exact same thing as the Gen Swordsman here. I I mean, Gen Swordsmen are a silly unit, but I don't think this game is necessarily going to be won because of Gen Swordsmen. Well, I don't know why they decided to make what is basically a Huskarl that you don't need a castle for. That also regenerates HP. Yes, it's pretty hard countered by regular swordsmen, but people won't go for swordsmen anyway. Alright, the first monk is out, but this is where you also kind of wish you had Sanctity and Redemption, and you just do not have the resources for that. This Mangonel is still being very scary. Sudden Disaster? Nope, not Sudden Disaster. Oh yeah, Gen Swordsmen are actually really bad in him. They're super expensive and not very good. Okay, that's a nice conversion, although I guess it's not really going to do quite enough. Which actually just makes the unit even that much more frustrating, is because it's overpowered in Castle Age and really bad in Imperial Age. Okay, Redemption is coming in for Mihai, but he's 6 villagers behind. He's on 1 TC to 2. He has 3 fishing ships, but they're not that big of an eco boost. And even more villagers being idled at this point. Crossbowmen still harassing the vills to the south. And this game is just all Viper. Around 20% more resources collected. Just the timing? I mean, yeah, the fact that you can make them as soon as you hit Castle Age is huge. Although, wow. The lack of insta right there. What? Viper made sure he destroyed the fortified church and then deleted them anyway? What the heck? Oh my goodness. I mean, the scores are very close. Bosaw coming in here from Viper. So here's the thing, though. Viper's on 3 TCs. He's ahead by 12 vills. Yes, Mihai took a good fight and managed to not die completely, which is already laudable. Gonna try and go here towards the middle. But Mihai, I'm still looking for a way that he's actually going to come back in this game, and I think that's going to be tough. Drydock coming in here for Viper as well. No, he's going to go light cav. Mihai's only army is basically monks. No reason to go for Haegwang here. I mean, middle control is going to be very nice here for Mihai. And just in my mind, there's always the whole situation with any of the 3 K-Civs where it's like, well, I mean, eventually if you survive long enough, Armenians will obliterate. Woo! That said, these super fast fire ships, like, they're fast fire ships, although they're not fast fire ships, if you know what I mean, chat. If you're picking up what I'm putting down. 6 vills on food to 20. I mean, again, the eco difference is just so substantial here in favor of the Viper. Even sniping some stray monks there. Yeah, nice job with the forward docks. This is actually still the same villager from earlier. She just left over here from the side. There's one converted Qian swordsman. Fast armored fire ships. Something like that. But what about Portuguese fire ships in Imperial Age? Because they also have dry dock and they have the extra armor, but they don't have fast fire ships. So they're fast armored, not fast fire ships. I think that makes perfect sense. Anyway, Viper continuing to take good fights. 50% more villagers than his opponent. This is looking good for Viper to win the first edition of Midweek Madness that he joins. Oh, those units getting sunk. Now the score difference is enormous. Have extra HP, although it's still less HP than a regular fast fire ship. The Viper TC? Not this tournament. Although we will be casting Sudden Disaster all weekend. Group stage Viper final? What do you mean? Monks are going to try and go for some conversions, but with the extra speed here of the fire ships, it's not going to be the easiest unit to convert. Yeah, look at those guys go. Oh my god. Ow. Mihai just going pure monk at this point, but that's not even going to be all that great. Wait, Viper just bought... Okay, he really just wants to go take the middle. Dominate? I mean, Viper and Doubt can just have weird series sometimes. They've played so much against each other. That can happen sometimes. Yeah, that's not getting stopped. Yeah, the series versus Doubt wasn't that great. I mean, to be fair, the games that Mihai won were Mihai playing well. I don't really think Viper necessarily flubbed anything. Just, you know, Viper is a better player overall than Mihai, but Mihai isn't that far behind and had some close games. Anyway, Castle's in over here. Viper's not horrendously far away from Imperial Age. He's getting Red Cliffs tactics for no adequately explorable reason. Game 2. Game 2 just was very weird from Mihai. Yeah. Sure, Fire Arch. Like, honestly, I think if Viper was going full tryhard, he'd just click up to Imperial Age. But I think he just wants to start making Fire Archers. But yeah, GG, congrats, says Mihai. And Viper stops the reverse sweep and will be winning this series 3-2. Very good finals, though. It was not a smash from Viper at all. But this game was definitely the only one-sided one where he just got way too far ahead, way too quickly. That is going to be it for the 3rd edition of Midweek Madness. Really fun set, though. Fun tournament. Oh, John Slow, thank you for the raid. But I am also going to be heading off here in just a moment. I don't know. I wasn't really paying attention if we were winning or losing. Anyway, guys, let's check tomorrow and see what the Sudden Disaster schedule is going to be. ACCM versus Margugu is tomorrow. And that's going to be at 14 GMT, so same start time as today. Funded? They didn't fund it at all. This is all self-funded by Daniela and Robo. But yes, I will go ahead and throw you guys over to Daniela again. Show her some love for hosting these fun little weekly events. Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.